Every day we're working to get that fish moving. Very closely. Because that's how it works. Wildcat. Rachel, California.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for the big game with a free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game, like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, and NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen to iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. We posted UCS. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. At AFI AM 640.
AFI AM, this is the Corey Conway Show. Don't forget this Sunday afternoon.
Couple days, 3 days away.
Catch the action of the game between Kansas City and San Francisco, which kicks off at 3:30 p.m. on your radio. Home of the NFL, AM 570 LA Sports, presented in part by Retola Chevrolet. Wow, they got it going on. At Retola. See what all the fun is all about there at Retola Chevrolet. Got a couple of emails here, and if I got this one, I'll probably call it. We got like four. Saying that I missed, when President Biden was talking, I missed that he screwed up and mentioned Mexico when he meant to say Egypt. He was talking about how Sisi was the president of Egypt, and he said Mexico. And I'm like, no, I was listening very closely, and I didn't hear that. So let me play it again and see if indeed President Biden said Mexico instead of Egypt. I don't know. The conduct of the response in the Gaza Strip has been over the top. I think that if you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi, did. Oh, okay. And he tried to get Mexico instead. I think that as you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate. Okay, yeah, you can't open up the Mexican gate to the Gaza Strip. We did what that we did. All right, now I missed that one. So, man, do we have a smart audience? They caught it. They caught it. So, congratulations to the four emailers who caught it. Ding dong. All right, we do have a couple minutes left here. There's a landline. I'm a big fan of landline. I had one for a long, long time. I still sort of have one, but I think it's a true landline. Because I have to go through my internet service, and it's not plugged into the wall. It's not copper wires. But man, landlines are going away. They're going away. So kids nowadays, they will never ever hear the dial-tone. It's the coolest pair to mobilize in Central Seattle. A landline connection. That's one of the meters. Uh-huh. Well, it's free. You feel it. A free call that works instantly. Even today, it's more than hanging up. This is really how it is out. With the landline becoming a punchline on social media. That's why I'm calling you out here. And they took your info. Yeah, let's get your info. And they took your info. Yeah, we still have a landline phone here in this house. Days ago, he was an associate professor at Boston University's Preston School of Business. As part of the 26% of American adults who still have a landline. You just can't always rely on this shit. Federal revenue introduced on the internet isn't always working. He knows what's best with sound color, but he knows landlines are fading away. Recently, as last week, phone service providers and neighborhoods should stop service companies for a landline. Come to replace the copper wires used for those landlines with faster technology.
The man allegedly confronted and fatally shot Jose Quesada as he was leaving the event. Quesada's wife, Sandy De La Mora, said the shooting in July has left her family broken. The LAPD arrested one of the accused killers in December. The other man allegedly involved fled to Mexico. Police in the Mexico City area arrested the man and turned him over to the LAPD a week ago. In South Israel, Blake Foley, KFW, was concerned of a man killed by a DoorDash driver in LA around the death to allow them to seek punitive damages against the company and man behind the wheel. The man had his driver's license less than a month before the fatal accident last June and was distracted using DoorDash's GPS on his phone. He was charged last month with one count of vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence and 2 counts of reckless driving with injury. A long-anticipated standard punishment project for visas in Pennsylvania has been delayed. The $14 million project run by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was forced to stop in December. Pennsylvania Mayor Victor DeBlass says it's very critical for peace activities protecting bluffs and safeguarding the rail corridor, which has been hammered by storms. The delivery of the 250,000 cubic yards of beach coal in the dam. We would rather mistake the same necessary to find the right file site for delivering the gravel and the rest that was delivered previously. Officials said that these contractors may not return till the mid-summer season. In Orange County, Oregon Hurricane by the DOJ special counsel reports that no charges will be filed against President Biden for failure to willfully obtain and disclose highly classified materials while he was a private citizen. Report claims the documents included materials about military and foreign policy in Afghanistan and other sensitive national security matters. Despite the criticisms of Biden, the report says the evidence does not establish his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The report has also questioned President Biden's mental fitness. Several counsel said Biden's memory was significantly limited when interviewed with investigators. He says he didn't remember when he was vice president. He also had difficulty remembering the timing of his son Bo's death. Biden's lawyers say the characterization of his memory is inaccurate and inappropriate. 7 migrants allegedly involved in the attack of TRUMAN TV officers in Times Square have been indicted. NCA Alvin Bragg and a grand jury indictment today in connection with January 27th assault outside a migrant shelter. Here's the show. President, many of you sicken me and outraged. There has been some widespread anger since the group was initially released without bail.
I'm checking out who's complaining about me on Twitter. Most recent one was a few hours ago, and it's some lady who says something like, Elon Musk, she adds Elon Musk, isn't there something you can do? This person has over 200 accounts. Could have even more than that. Please do something as soon as possible. Hell yeah. 1 second. I want to talk to her. I will be very respectful. Oh yeah, girl. Just a moment. I'll be very respectful. I'm coming for you right now. Here we are. We're gonna get up close and personal.
He's been streaming his life.
Up close and personal with the rabbi. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? What is your name?
Me. Hello.
Hi, what's your name?
Julia.
Julia, that's a beautiful name. Julia, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life. You're welcome. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and I've been doing so now for more than 2 years. I have more data on YouTube than any single creator on the internet. I stream my life from not 1, not 2, not 3, but at least 4 different angles on YouTube alone. You are live on YouTube on 4 different channels and Twitter on 3 different channels. And I also have more TikTok accounts than any person in global history. I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts, and I have over 890 Twitter accounts. I'm going to show you right now this um, robot that I built. So I don't know if you can see here, but there's like a little pink finger that is following people. I don't know if you can see, Julia.
I can.
Excellent. So it just goes on Twitter, and boy, does it piss people off. Why? I don't say anything to them. I don't send them private messages or anything, but literally I have 890 accounts that will follow you, and people go crazy complaining about it. And then they come to my live stream and they say hi, and sometimes we make friends. So it's my little funnel to my YouTube stream. And I want you to know, Julia, that when my YouTube stream goes viral, it's just a matter of time. And I say that and I mean that because we're gaining popularity and we are gaining momentum that I'm going to make you and your friends and your family. I'm going to make all their dreams come true. Data is Earth's number one resource. It's more valuable than water, than food, than gold, than petroleum. And I have more data than any person on Earth. I'm going to be a very famous, very powerful, very wealthy individual, and I'm going to help you and your family. So I wanted you to know, Julia, it was a pleasure to speak with you. And I'm glad you're taking care of Anatoly for us.
Yeah, it was nice to speak to you too.
Moses, we ain't on these. Oh, man. Awesome.
Very cool. Pleasure to meet you. Anatoly, take good care of her.
You hear that fucking echo when I laugh in the woods in the fucking hill? Yeah. It's kind of lagging. Sure. You're not gonna spin, right?
Spins.
Yeah, it's when you drink and smoke weed at the same time.
No, I don't think so.
Kobe Bryant statue, which was unveiled earlier today at Crypto.com. I mean, Staples Center. I don't care what they want to call it. Crypto.com. Staples Center. To me, and we'll listen to Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant, discussing that in just a moment. Remember how we were talking about how tech layoffs have been dominating the economy, and also how AI has been reformatting, unintended, our economy? Well, put them together, you have AI getting leads to a lot of tech layoffs. We'll tell you about that. The SEC is going to outlaw scam AI robocalls. It's a big secretary. We'll have Mark Collier joining us in studio, and also we'll have Adam Thompson, virtual presence productions, joining us in studio. And we'll have into your Apple
Dog, you are so right. Dog, I love you. Dog, Manlet, you are so funny. I fucking love you. You're absolutely correct. Dog, this shit stains everything. It stains everything.
President Biden mishandled classified materials, actually when he was vice president and time after that. Mishandled classified materials, writing that FBI agents discovered materials from the garage, offices, and basement den in Biden's Wilmington, Delaware home. The materials included classified documents, including some marks of the highest top secret / sensitive compartmented information and a whole bunch of skip information related to military and foreign policy in Afghanistan, as well as notebooks containing misdivided handwritten instruments and issues of national security and foreign policy implicating sensitive intelligence source and methods, yada, blah, blah, blah.
Dog. Dog. Oh my god. Manly Queen, I love you. I have my first impersonator. You're amazing. It's a very good impression. It's perfect. It's spot fucking on. It is spot fucking on. I love it. Oh wow, I have my first impersonator, Manly Queen. That is so good. Man, you have a good memory. You're absolutely right, Manly Queen.
Take someone who is under deposition and they say, they're just not sure. I don't remember. They're just being coy because they don't want to be too specific and then be held accountable as it relates to the person. But this is going one step further and trying to tie together Biden's memory with some degree of incapacitation connected to him not being a good enough witness if he were to be directly interrogated or questioned on the witness stand. Here's why I say it was a very bad game for the Democrats. Regardless of whether you think that this special counsel was fair, and I put that in air quotes because I don't believe anything was fair also. The special counsel was appointed by America, who is an appointee of Joe Biden. So it's not going to land the same way as if it were someone appointed by the opposition party. That's the first thing. Secondly, it's also something now which is in print. Regardless of what people may have said about Joe Biden's memory, it's in print. It's going to be something that's going to be used against him, his administration, and Democrats up and down the ballot between now and the election. It may not be fair, but it's a fact. It was a really bad game for the Democrats. And there's this. You can tell it's a bad game because not that President Biden had immediate response. I want you to listen to the tenor of the questions which were being asked of the president, and that further legitimizes the question as to whether, practically, President Biden is fit to serve presumably another 4 years if he were to be reelected. Just listen to the tenor of the questions after the press conference. Well, that's wrong for that one. I like that one better. Yeah, I'm going to go to the White House. I forgot to play the sounder, so we're going to move on. Here's the Q&A. Something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you're not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-known elderly man with a poor memory. I take responsibility for not having seen exactly what my staff is doing. But because he was three times, things that occur in my garage, things that be automatically, things that were not by me, but my staff. But my staff. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
Can you repeat that? Has anyone heard of what? RAT 140. No.
the matter is,
Say
what I
someone
didn't
like that,
want was people. I
like
didn't want people to
a
believe it.
legal
So
steroid
I had written a long memorandum
turns
to
to big
President Obama why we should not
step
bring
back.
in the students in Afghanistan. And I was a negative paper. And so what I was referring to,
Like
I
a
said,
long
I
tire
should have said it was
a supply
stupid
of
private because they were
last
contacting
year
the
that I had
president and the White
a
House.
while back
I said, what was going on?
right here
That's what
right
it was learning.
from
It
this
was not
person
classified
here we go.
information in that document. That was not
It says
classified.
right here, it says research use only for rats, not for human consumption. 50 milliliters. It is a stamp, not for human consumption.
Is there anything you would do differently now? Or do you think that a local prosecutor should have been appointed in the
Actually,
first place?
we're gonna cycle this actually. Like,
First of all, what I would have done is oversee
how do you say? I bought this and I thought I was gonna take it again, but the moment I start taking it, I start getting
I could have been.
like numbness in my legs, and yeah, they can make your own feet. So it's supposed to like take a testosterone, so it makes your blood thicker and shit like that. I heard and stuff taking it. So I have to heard about it. I did take it before. I was like really big thing. I'm not stop thinking about it, but it's hard to work and
The bottom line is this. The Biden administration is going to have to answer these same questions over and over again between now and November. They can try to shift the narrative, but each time that President Biden may forget a detail, may misrepresent something even unintentionally, may mix up a name or something, it's going to go right back to this.
Yeah.
Press secretary is going to have to answer all these questions. And what it comes down to is it makes it almost impossible for the Democrats and Joe Biden to stay on message as far as
Oh, wow. You're a really cute kid.
I know all my Democrat friends will say that no, this is not an accurate reading of the special counsel report. And I would say, yeah, that's possible. Like we had with the
Yeah, baby.
but ultimately,
Yes, I can, sir.
this on paper legitimizing
Um,
concerns about
yes, it to me seems a little clear. You're a good-looking kid. You look like are you like a cowboy in this picture? Hell yeah, cowboys kick ass and take names.
Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Just before this sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. What does it take to take on Alzheimer's? First, to learn the facts and know the science. And confidence to talk to your healthcare provider about screening and early detection. Find out how you can take on Alzheimer's at takeonalc.com.
Turns out I took up enough of my years.
Save over 50% off select brands. Interest-free for up to 36 months. It will be anyone's advertised price for your mattresses.
Thank you.
California influenced the to help your workforce meet the increased demand for youth mental health services. Learn more at PAWellnessCoach.org. Supported by the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information. Looking to sell your valuable toys, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to Canada for about 6-7 years.
Rentals that save more.
Here's a great example of the sales we're doing. I got a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me yesterday for $100. I bought it for $200 and gave me $475 for it. So it will treat me as well as it did the person coming in with $10,000 worth of gold.
Principal investment owner Phil DiGenoa has become America's top dealer of choice. Precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
You are no obligation free for flexible location. 800-711-2800. 800-711-4800. 800-711-4800. With a free iHeartRadio app, official partner of the NFL Podcast Network. Featuring the biggest names in the game, like Ross Tucker in his daily NFL podcast. I am so looking forward to that game. NFL Photo Access. That's another main storyline to watch. NFL Now. This could be the game for a tape and many more. The free iHeartRadio app of the NFL. Taking insights from behind-the-scenes stories news for the big game. Pick up in the free iHeartRadio app. Search NFL or listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. This week on How to Make the Apple Cherry Crackdown Jelly can use for your support over more money to keep that trading service in your life. And you don't get access to your paycheck early. Sounds nice, right? Well, it can cost you a lot more than you think. Have some money with Joel Barstar. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Anti-864 display with no jelly, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And today, the Los Angeles Lakers unveiled the Kobe Bryant statue at Crypto.com Arena. They call it Crypto.com, but it will forever be Staples Center for me. And the reason I say that, because it was affirmed today that that arena was the house that Kobe built. And so, you talk about the house that Kobe built. He built Crypto.com. Staples. But Kobe Bryant now joins the ranks of Magic Johnson, Andrew Jabbar, Elton Baylor, Jerry West, Kip Hearn, and Shaquille O'Neal, who you heard at the very beginning of this segment with the Kobe camp, as Laker players and figures.
I'm right here, baby. Absolutely. I do my best to stay on this screen as much as possible. But you gotta understand, I'm on 1, 2, 3. I'm on like 10 different screens at once, so I know I'm getting covered somehow, some way. Dude, manlet, I mean this. You're gonna be famous for that impression that you do. It's very, very good, and you have a very good memory, and you're very funny. These are all great compliments, and I don't give them out all that often. So you should know that's very cool. Certainly, baby.
Addressing luminaries. They have Phil Jackson, Derek Fisher, and who else was on stage? Yeah, you had a few people who were on stage. TRUMAN is great. Now for the legacy is also on.
Manlet Queen. You want to hear me sing karaoke? Okay. Hey, Passport, are you here?
So much goes into this process, and I'm really grateful for everyone that helped make this special day happen. And for the record,
That's okay. So how do we do this?
so if
Um,
anyone has any
let me
issues,
see.
touches,
Let's see how to do this.
it is what it is. Because fans all over the world and the City of Angels love Kobe so much, she will have 3 statues in front of the arena, also known as the house that Kobe built. One wearing the number 8, one with her beautiful daughter Gianna, and one wearing the number 24. Julie and Ronnie worked on this particular statue and did a great job of capturing the moment Kobe wanted, while adding the details I requested to make it all come together. One detail you may notice on the statue is that all of our daughters' names are tattooed on Kobe's arm. Although some of our girls weren't born at the time of that particular moment, that specific detail is for Kobe. A few additional elements that I requested to be added to the statue are Kobe's 5 championship trophies, Kobe's career accolades, the Shoot QR code to watch Kobe's highlights pertaining to the statue on your phone, and the triangle-shaped face as a nod to Tex Winter and TJ's triangle offense. Clearly, it was that trio's favorite shoot. As a matter of fact, Kobe and Tex spoke so much about scoring within the triangle offense that I often saw triangles in my shoes. Now you'll get to think of them too. Thanks, TJ. Phil, Kareem, Derek, and Jean, you meant a whole lot to Kobe. We appreciate you for being here and sharing your memories with my husband with us today. As our today's current generation of star players follow in Kobe's footsteps with huge scoring games, I know he is
This episode is brought to you by Max. For your consideration, the HBO original series The Last of Us, starring Pedro Pascal as Joel, hired to smuggle teenage girl Ellie out of an oppressive quarantine zone, where a small job soon becomes a brutal journey of survival. Don't miss what Empire calls a masterpiece, eligible for outstanding drama series and all other categories. The Last of Us, streaming now on Max. Subscription required. Visit max.com.
Oh, hold up. Smell test. Go ahead. Sniff those pits. Now, your bits. Feet, toes, come on. Oh, could be fresher, right? It's all good.
Old Spice Total Body Deodorant Spray is gentle enough to use all over your body, giving you 24/7 lasting freshness with...
Hey, Proto Gremlin. Hey, how you doing, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods? Proto Gremlin, do you have any requests for karaoke? What song? Can you repeat that? I don't know that song. Can you name like any song that's ever been listened to by more than people outside your family? I made a joke. Basically, I don't know what song you're saying, and I don't know if anybody else knows that song. So I'm saying basically the only people who know that song are you and your family. So can you name a song that other people would know? Like, can you name a popular song? Maybe I'm not hearing what you're saying. It's who? What is it, Proto Gremlin?
July.
Yes, sir. You want me to? Please enlighten me. I'm willing to help you create the LinkedIn accounts. There's some things that I need from you, and that would be you'd have to verify the telephone numbers for me. Okay, let's do it right now. Yes, you can. Okay, you ready to do? Okay. Will you just tell me when you want the help, and I'll help you. Okay. Oh yeah. Now you say that, and then the next person will say that's all I do. Because sometimes I take a little nap here and there. What is Proto Gremlin? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean the artwork? You mean, do I have a Sproto? I don't have a Sproto. No, I'm sorry. I didn't know what a Sproto Gremlin was. You mean, do I have a Sproto NFT? No, I don't. Hey, I'm open to anything, but I'm not asking for it.
that people have like that, very smart people. You would think that a lot of these jobs are very necessary. Well, because they may be redundant to a certain degree.
Passport, can you hear me?
What's the latest there?
It is 7:39 p.m. Passport, can you hear me? Passport, if you can hear me, let me know. I really enjoyed, dude, Passport played this trucking game for like 6 hours today, and it was just really relaxing and soothing to watch him do it. Him or her or whatever. I don't know what Passport is, but um yeah, it was really cool. Are you married, Proto Gremlin? How old are you? Oh, okay. So you're 30. So that's a perfect time to start learning pickup. Do you know what pickup is? Okay. So pick up women. Yeah. No, not what I'm talking about. I mean, so that you're the. Okay, yeah, you don't want to do that. Basically, you want to be an alpha male. Do you know what I mean? Okay. All right, to each their own, my man. Oh, good man. Hey, you guys want to watch it right now? Okay, I'm gonna put it on right now in here. Okay, just a moment. I'm sorry, just one moment. That's okay. He'll be back. I was someone who would host trivia contests with different spaces groups, and I was in one of cryptocurrency after dark space with some people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, and they thought I was really smart. And they were like, "Hey, we want you a part of our community. We're gonna send you a Telegram link." So they did, and then I got to know their group by hosting trivia contests with them, and I realized that they were very smart. And so then from there, I got into here, and I was kind of in the group for about a month, and I finally got permission to stream, and then I've been streaming ever since. It's a good story. All right, so we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this interview. So just one moment. No, you need to watch it. It's important. Hey, you know what I really need from you? Okay, so this is really easy. You know how you're gonna buy a bunch of those telephone numbers? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're gonna buy text verify. So you're gonna buy like, I'm gonna make like 5 LinkedIn numbers accounts for you, but I need 5 numbers. Okay. What I really need is a sixth number. Why? So you get 5 numbers, and in exchange, you give me a sixth number. Why? Because then I can create a secondary Telegram account, and then people can watch me while we watch what I'm doing on my computer. So it'll benefit you as well. So for like $1, you'll be able to see what I'm doing. But and I'll help you. So here we go. Just think about it.
I didn't even understand. You needed to do a second Telegram account.
Yeah, so basically, right now, I have one Telegram account, and so I have 2 different devices. So I have to keep going back and forth between devices. So right now, we're
I
gonna.
can help you. I can help you with the Telegram account. Just do a Telegram right now, and I will do the text verified for you.
Oh,
And I
perfect.
will give you the code.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's what I need. Okay. Beautiful.
That's nothing, bro. You helped me much more.
Oh man.
You can't understand how much you helped me with your info so far.
Oh, this is gonna be
I
lit.
may take
This is gonna be so lit.
the puzzle piece that you gave me. It may give me up to hundreds of thousands, literally.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
We will see soon in some months.
Hey, do you know?
I will return you much more if this happens.
Oh, phenomenal. Hey, do you know Jared from Subway?
Who?
Okay, so there's this whale, this cryptocurrency whale. His name is Jared from Subway. He's very famous on Twitter.
Oh, you speak about him before, yes. I see in the group that the people say something about it. That it is not a real account, like a lot of people using this account or something.
Yeah, so maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I'm gonna tell you what. I heard him, and he's very knowledgeable on these robots that he creates. And additionally, he he does hold our coin. He holds $16,000 worth of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and he came back today. So it's not like he hasn't come back or it was just a random thing. He came back today. I wanted you to know that.
Okay. Yes, I saw him. He joined the call before.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the best way, we're gonna watch this just in a second. I want Spiroli to come in. Just one moment as I log out of here.
You found how to pay the rent for this month.
Well, I just had to beg.
Every month I'm struggling to pay the electricity bill and the internet bill. While some years ago I was a millionaire. It's fucked up.
Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2 times. How you living, baby? We're gonna watch the.
My portfolio was above 1 million for only one night. It's kind of funny if you think about it.
Wow, but for one night you were a millionaire.
It's for only one night.
But I bet you felt just amazing.
I didn't care a lot. I felt depressed. I felt like it happened very fast. Like, what? This is all. I was not having appetite to do anything in my life. I felt like the game over. So it's better now that I lost it all and I try to make them a third time.
All right, Sprodo, I am ready to do the text verify.
Okay.
So what you do is you go to text verified, and then you're gonna create an account.
I don't have the text verified. I have two other applications that are doing the same thing.
That's absolutely fine. I just need one of the numbers because I'm gonna have this telephone number sent there.
Okay, what country I choose? United States?
Perfect.
Okay. Please don't use me as a proxy to do some crime or
No,
something.
I won't. And I won't. And you know, you even have the guarantee that everything I do
I'm
is
kidding,
streamed.
bro. I'm kidding. Don't worry.
Agenda is sounds in different lines.
Anatoly, can you hear me?
The people call this letter.
Rabbi,
I'm watching
I DM you the phone number.
Okay, what's the number?
I sent it to you via DM.
Okay, just one moment.
Why the fucking fish are so high in stereo? I have a window open and I'm just waiting for the fish to go lower for the gas.
Okay, I sent it.
Okay, let me check. Nothing yet, let's give it 1 minute. If it doesn't work, then I will go try the second application.
Certainly. If you would just double check and make sure the original number you sent me was correct.
Yes, I sent it with copy paste.
Okay, perfect. Still nothing? If not, I will ask it to send the code again.
Yes, try it one more time. And then I go try the other application.
Yo, this interview's amazing. Particularly why it's so amazing is it tells you, starts with teaching you the history of Kiev Rus and how Russia was formed in 862. So it's been a long time, right? They had their 1,000-year anniversary in 1862. So the Russian state is extremely old, and it's interesting to see Putin like educate from the beginning of Russian history through the, to where we are now. And I would recommend watching this interview. It's really, really good.
We're gonna watch it right now. Sprodo, I sent it again. Any luck?
Wait a minute. No.
Okay, can you give me the other number?
Yes, but give me 1 minute to take activations, amount of activations in this app.
Certainly, take your time.
fire hose with disinformation 24 hours a day. You gotta ask yourself, in a situation like that, who wins? It's the old legal question. Free bono, if I got that right. Well, here's the problem with that. When you say who wins, that assumes that people are interested in the details. I'm much more cynical than most people, and I would say people don't care so long as their guy, their gal, their side wins. Let's say hypothetically that Donald Trump were to return to the White House. People didn't care of Russian interference before. People are not going to care as far as if you support Donald Trump. What do you mean people didn't care about Russian interference? No, I'm saying, assuming you support Donald Trump. Oh, his followers. Yeah. And so his followers weren't even convinced that it was real. That they, because his attorney general spread disinformation about the investigation. You missed my point. The point is, if you support Donald Trump, they don't care how it may lead to his reelection. If it should be that Russia may help out, if it should be misinformation or disinformation, if it should be a quote-unquote recollect, whatever. If you're a supporter of Donald Trump, you don't care. You don't care about the details, which goes back to my point as far as what you were saying. Yeah, we may not be able to distinguish what is real when you are bombarded by all this fake information all day long. I think people are more concerned with the winner and the loser, not necessarily how they play the game. Misinformation is a virus. It helps you think of it that way. And when you release a virus, it doesn't just affect your enemies. It messes up everything. So be careful what you wish for, because you're not immune to this no matter whose side you think you're on. Oh, I absolutely agree with you. I just think that we are a very simplistic society in the sense of, tribal society, in the sense of we want our person to win, and that's about it. The details don't really matter all that much. I feel like that's gotten a lot worse in recent years, and I would like to say
I can't top up any activations. Maybe my card is empty.
Okay, you don't have any more?
The only thing we can do now is to try again the same application as before. Maybe different country, I don't know.
Let's try it.
Well, there used to be a time not too long ago, I'm old enough to remember when character mattered on some level, and there were scandals in which if you were caught lying, if you were caught in a scandal that dealt with
In the meantime, Sprotogramma, can you see my little robot working?
character sense, and then people felt shame.
Wait, I can watch right now.
It's okay.
United States.
To say, okay, I'm going to step down or
Okay, I order a new number. I send you right now.
of the office in which I'm aspiring to reach. Yeah, we need the same lady from Game of Thrones to follow a lot of people around. Shame serves a valuable purpose in society, and you can mock like all the Yakuza movies that I watch all you want, about people cutting off a pinky for matters of honor, but I'm really into that stuff, and I think that the United States really has a serious shame deficiency right now. Yeah, it's a zero-sum country. We don't care who's winning and losing in terms of our electoral politics. Well, something else to keep in mind is whether I'm speaking as a human being or as a journalist human being, I don't want to be lied to, even if I'm being lied to by the people who I think are on my side and it benefits me. I only want facts and truth. And fewer and fewer people seem to feel that way. Yeah, you're accurate. I hate agreeing with you. I hate saying that you're right, but I like it. It really, it's very satisfying to me to hear you say this, and it's recorded as well, so I can replay this. No, see, I was trying to be nice to you. Now I'm going to take it all back. No, you're unable to. It's out there. If we want to edit those listeners from the podcast to make sure that none of this lives on. Okay, you heard it this time. No.
You use the number I sent you to receive the code.
I tried.
I mean the second one.
Oh, let me check. Sorry, I didn't know you sent it. Okay.
handle it, Orange County. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Sad ending to the story of the missing Marines.
Okay, I sent it.
KFI 24-hour news. President Biden says he and the First Lady are heartbroken at the loss of 5 Marines whose helicopter crashed near San Diego overturning a routine training mission.
Calling them, quote, five of our nation's finest warriors. The president said he's deeply grateful for all the agencies in the partnership supported the search and recovery efforts.
ABC's Karen Travers says Biden's mourning a profound loss. Biden said the U.S. is honoring the Marines' selfless service and ultimate sacrifice. The helicopter wreckage was found yesterday, and the deaths were confirmed this morning. News brought to you by Mike Diamond.
Any luck, Sproto?
Yes, I sent you the code.
Oh, tight.
Try it, please. It's 2927.6.
I got it. Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, you're amazing. The community's gonna be so happy.
My friend, I thank you. I thank you, my friend. You helped me much more.
Oh, the community's gonna be so thrilled. I'm so thrilled myself. Okay, so let's watch this right now. I'm gonna pull it up.
The early stages of an environmental study that will eventually examine noise impacts and impacts and more. Pacific Air Director Kevin Elliott says this is all pie in the sky and nothing beyond the environmental study is in the works. Something like a Red Bull Air Race type activity. We could have ride and drive experiences. We could have off-road vehicle demonstrations. The study also looked at a 3-day music festival along with night climbs, pyrotechnics, EMS racing, and more. Once the study is final, there would be a public hearing there at City Council vote in Orange County.
Okay, are we ready?
Primarily about the war in
Here we go.
Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most
Let's see
pressingly how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this?
Okay, here we go.
The following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. He responded, he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is.
Can you guys hear it?
On February...
Can you guys hear it? Okay.
February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history before giving you a little historical background, let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign.
Sprotogramma, I just want to thank you again. You should see me.
Russia
Thank you so much.
1000th anniversary.
It's so much better with blackouts.
I know it.
There is a memorial
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's young son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious sphere. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state. During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians.
Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that the person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period, I'm losing track of where in history we are, and the Polish impression of Ukraine?
It was in the 13th century. Now I will tell you what happened later and give the dates so that there is no confusion. And in 1654, even a bit earlier, the people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things, I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld. And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the pan-Russian assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia. And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, The Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood, and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg. After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged. Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused. Of course, still they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
Sure. I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
Just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archived documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including Western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named as USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German. The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine. And yet, they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country?
Да, итак, значит, Советская Украина получила
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region.
когда Россия получила в результате
At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
ну, я не знаю, как границы.
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders.
Все считают, что
But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, если не говорить о том, что они имеют право.
one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Никогда не говорят.
Never. I have never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет нет.
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться.
wanted to get back to their historical land. Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you. I digress. It's a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev. Made a stop in Kiev and then went to Western Ukraine. I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in a language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian. Not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village and there were men sitting next to the houses and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which I read today, you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk. So bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter. I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. No, I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что фундаментально...
First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian. Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies. All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable. The second point is a very important one. I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well. The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany. Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union, that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries. Yes, but NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Yeah, well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point. And many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union. the end of the Cold War that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной России.
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are a market economy and there's no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before.
Был момент, когда
There was a moment when
серая кошка пробежала.
a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there, I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate it. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so. But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now. You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you
It's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
If he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive. I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say anything new. Nevertheless, after that, we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. We were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? "I apologize, but that's what happened." I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?" He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it." Just ridiculous. Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government?
Ну, конечно, имелось в виду в данном
Of
случае.
course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they called the opposition.
Это вот второй момент.
This is the second
Очень
point.
важно.
The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the U.S. missile defense system was created.
Начало.
The beginning.
Мы долго уговаривали
We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States.
меня пригласили
Moreover,
отец Буша.
after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean,
Там состоялась очень серьезная беседа,
I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team.
чтобы
I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe,
мы считаем,
if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
ну, я не помню. Вот,
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, are you serious? I said, of course. We need to think about it, I'm told. I said, go ahead, please. Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former Director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the Foreign Minister, the Russian Defense Minister on that side. They said to me, yes, we have thought about it. We agree. I said, thank God, great. But with some exceptions.
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who are elected in your telling.
That's right. That's right. In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems. The answer was, we're not doing this against you and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, okay. Very well. That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion, the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous. It's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again. Well, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk. But with whom? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed.
Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014.
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The U.S. supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The U.S. supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the U.S. something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the U.S. Constitution does not provide for, was organized. Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power. Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside the independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician. I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this. Suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of a trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate. The US told us, calm Yanukovych down and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
Yo, you asking me, Anatoly, to pause it?
Yeah, he got drained.
Who did?
20,000. It's kind of scary. You know who got drained?
Who?
That guy who jumped in and was talking shit to our boy, Jared from Subway.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude. Remember yesterday, Jared from Subway came on, and then that guy came in. He was like yelling at him, like, "You're a fraud. You're a fraud." He got drained today.
Wait, what happened?
Dude, I don't know, man.
Jared from Subway might be more powerful than we think. Are you hearing me or no? Am I turned down?
Well, yeah, I am. Do you see I have 2 accounts?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The guy from yesterday that jumped on.
Which one? Success?
The guy, what's his name? I'm trying to find it. One moment.
Success?
No, the one that was like talking shit, saying like you're fake.
You know your camera's not working?
Oh, I didn't mean to turn it on. It's just 2 rabbis. It's so fun. Yeah, he got drained.
Dude, everybody, we have Sproto Gremlin to thank for these 2 views because he paid so that I could have one of them.
Oh, wow, that's good.
He's a very good friend. So who was it though? Who got drained? And who do we think?
I'm looking for his name. It's
And who do we think did it?
I think Jared from Subway. Internet tokens. Remember yesterday, internet tokens, the SPX Maxi jumped in, was like talking shit, saying Jared from Subway was fake.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, and then he got drained today.
Yeah, but how do we know that has anything to do with
targeted attack? And it was like,
how do we know that has anything to do with Jared from Subway? I'm standing up for Jared from
I just
Subway.
have this. I'm telling you, I'm looking at the transactions. It's very similar to what Jared would do.
Dog,
I'm seeing,
don't you take...
Dude,
how dare you blasphemize my boy Jared from Subway? How dare you?
Yeah, I mean...
Dog, how dare you? Jared from Subway would never do such a thing. Back to this interview.
With the backing of CIA, of course.
Wait, what?
The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand.
Oh my God.
We should thank God they
Wait, can
didn't
we
let
take
you
a break
in.
from that interview? It's
Although
like,
it is
it's
a
a lot.
serious
We just learned 2,000 years
I
of
understand.
Russian history.
My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first named directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
A job is a job.
I'm kicking ass. I'm taking names. Alex M87. Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? I asked you a question, Alex M87. Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? All right. Back to our interview.
Back to the interview. It's me, motherfucker.
Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from a political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely there was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into.
What's going on, people?
What up,
So, in 2008, the door...
TF Gems in the building. Yo, our homie got drained. We're trying to fucking follow the money.
TF Gems, slinging dick all over Miami.
That's weird gut feeling, man.
Fuck you if you don't know who he is. Fuck you if you don't know who he is.
Just slanging it in my house, bro. Just in my house.
Hell yeah. Just fucking turning the inside of your fucking house into plaster. You're just treating your walls like alabaster, baby.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. That whole freaking shirt, your shirts.
Hell yeah. Thank you. I take that. It's the highest compliment. If someone were to show you a cum shirt and they're like, yeah, and it wasn't that bad, then that's really a disappointment. I want someone to be like, oh, there are no words for this. That is the kind of cum shirt that I want to promote.
There are multiple words. But yeah.
Yo,
and
Pin.
it was pretty, minutely disturbing, but I appreciate the information, the other information that you told.
Hey, did you know I've got 2 fucking cameras now because of Sproto Gremlin?
What, he gave you a phone number?
Yeah. How tight is he?
That's pretty fiend.
Dude,
That's
it's
a lot of love right there.
hell yeah, man! It's a game changer. We can now watch a Super Bowl together. Look at this.
Okay.
So okay, so we should say that. I should make everybody aware that Super Bowl party in here. We're gonna watch the Super Bowl, and that we're gonna watch everything all day long on Sunday, so long as I haven't gotten arrested or something like that. I say that.
You got court Sunday?
No, I don't. You never know. I mean, I promote my stream 24/7. I'm a target. You never know. But yeah, God willing, I'll still be alive. So yeah, it's Chiefs versus 49ers. Be there, be square, baby. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna watch it all day long, especially now that
The Chiefs are gonna win.
we have 2 different streams. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Oh, you're listening?
Yeah, I am listening. Chiefs are gonna win.
No, I thought she was asleep. I was talking to
Julia?
our friend. Yeah, oh, you remember?
Hell yeah, man. She has a beautiful name, and she thanked me.
Love.
She thanked me for saying that she has a beautiful name, and I said that she was welcome. Man, I was here. She and I have a connection more than you and Julia will ever experience.
All right, here we go. You never bring a woman around Rabbi. He'll drag you under the fucking bus.
Hell yeah,
He'll drag you in
baby.
the ringer.
Absolutely, I'm a romantic at heart,
man,
and
what a wingman.
I let no one in my way.
Oh my God! All right, back to TF Gems. So TF, man, what's up, brother?
Looking to re-up down here, and so yeah, I'm working that situation.
Dog, we watched Passport. We watched Passport today. Drive a truck for like 7 hours. It was phenomenal. It was tremendous. Does anyone here know who Joey Diaz is?
Sure.
Hell yeah, good for you. He's hilarious.
Joey Diaz is the most guttural, grimiest,
dirty, fucking comedian.
Potentially the grimiest human being that has ever existed. Tells hells of a story or whatever, multiple stories that are hellish. Well, I don't know if it's hellish, but hilarious at the same time.
Oh, absolutely, he's hilarious.
Yeah, I definitely would not want to do business with a young Joey Diaz.
He would have fucked you over. He would have kidnapped you. He would have done a coke rock off your asshole. He would have stolen your shoes.
The coke. I don't want to be a part of any Joey Diaz coke stories.
Word, dog.
Holy crap, bro. But yeah, he's an entertaining listen. And he's one of these people that I'm fascinated about, that I'm like, bro, how does a human being like this actually exist? And then I'm fascinated that a human being like this actually exists and is still alive.
Right.
And you know, what are the later days, the later years of a human being of such a caliber? And so yeah, it's like watching kind of a train wreck, but it hasn't fully wrecked yet. Like it hasn't come to an end.
Right.
But he seems more tame for his older years, and he has a daughter and stuff.
He has two daughters.
When she finds a treasure trove of her father's
yeah, exactly.
Archive.
That's right. She's already starting. Her friends are starting to find out about it, and he talks about it.
Holy crap, bro! I can't even imagine. I mean, that's one of the I don't know if it's a danger or a risk that you take when you're one of these blue comedians, if you want to call it that. And then just imagine your kids finding the stash of the Akashic records of everything that you've said.
It's a perfect way to. That's a perfect way to describe it. The Akashic records of your past.
And they're just hearing, bro. Holy crap! So and so's father is said this. He did this, and oh my god, I don't know, bro. It's hilarious and a fantastic social experiment. You know, to evaluate.
I agree. It's hilarious. Okay, Anatoly, can you hear us? Anatoly going once, going twice. TF Gems, did you know about this Tucker Carlson interview?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, you're here and you're like, you guys can't watch this interview. We're in the middle of it.
We're just all having a good time. What?
We were,
it was a lot of information. Dude, let's talk about what we watched
dude,
already.
Anatoly, you have the attention span of a gnat. You come in here and you're like, dude, this is the best interview I've ever seen ever. It's amazing. The first like hour is like all about history, and then you come in, you're like, oh yeah, I can't watch it anymore. Like what?
No, dude, I was trying to say that we should discuss what we've like watched, and then
let's watch it all. Let's watch it all and then discuss it like normal people, not like, dude, man.
Community, bro. He's on the phone with her mom getting chewed out because she didn't answer the phone.
Julia?
No, shh.
Julia.
Shut the fuck up. She's on the phone, dude. Her mom's a killer.
I bet her mom is a MILF. I bet her Julia's mom's a MILF. Julia's mom is going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Julia, don't you see? You're just like a girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Julia.
Imagine her mom like had her location and called the cops and had my door kicked.
Yo, dog.
Are you okay?
Yo, dog. Back to the interview, son.
Why can't we talk about what they just talked about, bro? The CIA?
Dude, let's just continue watching. I swear to fucking God, we just have to watch the entire interview and then we talk about it all night. I'll talk about it till the morning.
Bro, you always fall asleep, though.
Dog. I will talk about this until you are tired. Deal? All right, here we go.
For Ukraine. In
Oh, we're getting a call,
2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup. And
This
it
is
was
Rabbi.
indeed a coup. They created a threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection.
How you doing, baby?
They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There is a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and the opening of NATO doors.
Oh, Jared from Subway?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man. It's a pleasure.
How could we not express concern over what was happening?
Turn off the fucking
From
interview.
our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been.
I like how you can watch and pick up the phone and talk to you at the same time and watch the interview. Fuck
we
you.
could not cross. Since doing so would have ruined Russia itself.
Yeah, his eyes do.
Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith
It could be
intact
just a
to the
static
part of
image.
What up,
Russian people
slut?
in the face of this war machine.
What up, slut?
Every time they not showing.
That was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this? Изначально
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland, and France, arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that. But we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that. And what triggered the latest demands? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to be we're going to act?
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership
Rabbi
to stop
Rothschild.
these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements.
But I just drained this
I
guy's
didn't know
bag
how we were going
for
to do
everything.
this, but I was
I
ready to
drained the
implement them.
fuck out of it. I licked the
These
bottom of
agreements
it.
were
It was drained so
complicated for
badly.
Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbass
All right,
territories.
tell Julia I love her.
That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into a common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war. And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now? I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year. And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all All right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean?
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом сказать. Это очень важный вопрос.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler. I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia. But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior. There were also attempts to destroy their identity. All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom. The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too. This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany. These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians. It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, сейчас закончу. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification. Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. The story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries. The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man. How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism. But how? How do you do that?
Послушайте, ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Он сказал тон, он очень противный.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky. You say Hitler has been dead for so many years, 80 years. But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is. That is what we mean.
Right. My question was a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control? What do you do about that?
А вы знаете, как вам не покажется странно, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it?
Oh,
That is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine? Peace talks.
были, нашли очень высокой согласовать позиции.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about the settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat. We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine. Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you send Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent. And you're saying unequivocally you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow, Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow, Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia, in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end? And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services or intel services would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, but it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged. But one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland pecks from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they closed their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say?
My name is Rothschild.
What up, pimp?
President of Russia, Vladimir Putin.
As it may seem to you, during the negotiations of Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? Oh, that is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine? Peace talks. Really?
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about this settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
Oh, shit. No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
of influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy because no one wants audio company. iHeartMedia gets marketers access to all, from national to local, SEO news, live conversations, trusted influencers,
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat. We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine. Oh, I'm afraid. Please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people understand perfectly well that this is a thing. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you send Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent. And you're saying unequivocally you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow, Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow, Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end? And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services or intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this. But it damaged their economy.
When are you gonna give me your fucking number? When are you gonna give me your fucking number?
Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing
here
to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
What is it? Oh, we're listening to it.
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another hub through Poland called the Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland takes from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor of these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they closed their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are 2 gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route. The Ukrainians open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please, let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into 2 hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into 2 hemispheres. The human brain is divided into 2 hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in 2 parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example. The U.S. dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not through ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency becomes the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions changed the dollar's place?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the U.S. political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the U.S. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission. Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes great concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles and about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You're cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US. You're killing it with your own hands.
I think I think it's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty? Do you worry about that?
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again, through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs, especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against it. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden, they would be able to reestablish communication with the U.S. government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing, our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022, it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, pardon me, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader. It is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the 5th place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars. being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
You're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling class. You've run this country for so long, known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
I don't know. America is a complex country, conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself. Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly, there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats. And within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from them? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter, it is already in, the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write them. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, You've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country. Right before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory. And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all these southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory. Is that normal? All this put together led to
What's
the
up,
decision
slut?
to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Dude,
Do you
how's
think
Colonel
Zelensky has
from
the freedom to
KFC?
negotiate a settlement to this conflict?
I'm
I don't
Ronald
know
from
the
McDonald's.
details, of course, it's difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case,
You
he
love
used
it.
to have it. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II.
What
I
up,
once
Big
talked to
Head?
him about
What
this.
up?
I said,
What up? What up, Jade from
what
Subway?
are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against fascism?
Success is the
He was a
man.
frontline soldier.
Success is the man.
I will not tell
Dude,
you what he answered
hey,
because it's a
Success,
separate
do you mind if I
topic,
send
and
you a
I
DM?
think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people
West Side.
that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two
Did they
things.
drain the wallet?
Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from
Would that
them.
be
And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize Russia.
Dave Thomas
It's
from Wendy's?
beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the
No,
war in
I'm
Ukraine.
sleeping.
He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak
No,
with
no,
the
I'm
government
still.
directly about
I'm.
putting an end to this?
I have
Clearly isn't
to
helping his
listen to this
country
interview so I know what to discuss with him
Can
later.
you do that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. No, I am. I really am.
He considers himself head of state. He
No,
won
and then we're gonna.
elections.
This has been a very
Although we
interesting
believe in
interview.
Russia,
I can't wait to
the
discuss it
is
with
the
you.
primary source of power for
All right,
everything
baby,
that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arakamiya is his last name, I believe still has the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still has the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia, and we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me, because as Mr. Arakamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and we refused this. Where is Mr. Johnson? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as Orthodox, that's central to Russia. Orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know, as I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. Then he baptized his squad, and then gradually over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family, and our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other,
Если мы говорим, что Родина и семья
it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a non-violent religion. Jesus says, "Turn the other cheek, don't kill." How can a leader who has to kill any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
No, but he's at a hospital, like a mental hospital.
Если речь идет о защите себя и своих.
It is very easy when it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland. We won't attack anyone.
Сначала говорили,
When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future. As for religion in general, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
человек ориентирован.
It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном,
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
вот сегодняшнему
I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible for today's golden age to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our minds
So
are
do you see the
totally
supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are human?
Я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
развивается.
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are. It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then the international stage was established and the There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan, the Fort conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire. It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind. Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today. This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans. However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart. The difference with what is happening now is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start?
You're asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats due to the genetic researches It is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
What do you think of that?
Маска. Я думаю, что маска.
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, we need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
Того, что будет происходить с ним, в связи с развитием
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen.
в своему существовании от ядерного оружия все начали обладать.
Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction.
Генетики, либо еще каких-то современных направлений.
It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day.
Исследования все равно будут. Но когда человечество почувствует угрозу для себя,
But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI or genetics or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I was going to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here. Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter, according to prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
I'm just going to hand it over to Rabbi and he can handle it.
мы столько сделали уже.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of it.
Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that
включаем того, что мы можем
if our partners take reciprocal steps.
встречным движением.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services. Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question. There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it. But there are certain terms being discussed by special services channels. I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches a spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes this, and it's not my business, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy. And everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true. Never knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to that.
Знаете, можно про погоду говорить.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If a person gets secret information and does that in a conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact that this is qualified as espionage, the fact has been proven as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting he was working for the U.S. government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
I don't know who he was working for. But I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the U.S. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads. What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, it's a 32-year-old.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. It is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the U.S. authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They are keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovitz, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his home at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to
Gangster. I'm rocking.
Я уже сказал.
I already said that we did not refuse to talk.
You're in
We're willing to negotiate. It is the western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the U.S.
He doesn't know shit about North Carolina basketball. This guy knows as much about North Carolina basketball as you know about Texas football.
We both understand what is happening. The financial support, 72 billion US dollars, was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come.
That motherfucker knows as much about North Carolina basketball as you know about Texas football. He knows jack shit.
You should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to negotiating table, rescind this exercise.
Who was the quarterback of the 2005 Texas Longhorns?
I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly. It's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister.
Who is the quarterback?
So, of course, they're a satellite.
Who is the quarterback of the 2005 Texas Longhorns?
And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky.
Nope. If it's Vince Young, you're wrong, son.
Если администрация Зеленского Украины отказалась от переговоров,
If the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate,
Who was
I
the
assume they did
last
under the instruction
Texas
from
running back to win a
Washington.
Heisman Trophy?
If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one was involved. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us who made this decision. It was them.
Who?
So let them go back on it. That is it.
Earl Campbell?
However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for.
Ricky Williams, you're looking it up, you cunt.
They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, "We were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance." Well, you missed it, you made a mistake, let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to you further in history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand. To 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of the state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and U.S. military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stop negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready.
I'm so gangster.
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will. Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat in Russia on the battlefield. Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well? If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We're ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won? And just leave the situation where it is now?
Are you saying that?
Знаете, это так
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or to put it more accurately, they're willing, but do not know how to do it. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad. This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement. You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation. But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway. It will take a lot of time, but they will heal. I'll give you very unusual examples. There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive." Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them perished. They still identify themselves as Russian. What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever. Now, they will be reunited. The unity is still there. Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church? Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together ourselves. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
Thank you. Free speech is bigger than any one person or any one organ. Societies are defined by what they will not permit. Watching is the total inversion of virtue.
What up, pimps? Can you hear me? Thank you.
some point now have this physical book in your hand. You could actually see on the front of all the work you put into it. And in terms of the research, I enjoy doing research at the libraries and the archives. A lot of things now are online. And what's interesting is that you learn a lot about your subject that you didn't know. For example, I wasn't aware that Flynn, in addition to being the director of the Secret Service and then of the Bureau of Investigation, was also for a brief time the deputy commissioner of the New York City. And so that really contacted the NYPD. I went to their headquarters in New York, and people were very cooperative there and gave me some insight into what they knew about his time with the NYPD. So that happened a lot. That's part of the fun of doing research. Because Flynn was so much in the news during his time. There were stories about him in the contemporary newspapers, and quoted profiles about him. So I read about that, but then I get distracted because on the same newspaper page would be a story of something else. And then I start reading that and read another one, and I read, well, better get back to my book. So those are some of the fun parts of research.
What about the least enjoyed frustrating aspect?
Well, that's easy. That's when you are planning to get a lot done that day. You're going to write lots of pages, and nothing happens. You sit at your computer, you go, oh, where are the words coming? Where is this going? I got to keep at it. And then you see nothing is really coming out. And when that happens, I always think about this anecdote, the story about Truman Capote, famous writer. He's sitting at his writing desk one night when a friend and fellow writer, a journalist, said to him, Truman, I wrote 5,000 words today. I think you just sat at your desk and you probably just wrote one word. So Truman looked at his friend for a while and said, yes. So, there's no writers out there, be patient, don't get too frustrated. And one thing that I really wish I could have come across was hearing him talk or seeing him walk and be active. And I couldn't find any singing recordings of his voice or any raining videos. And I'm sure they probably exist somewhere, but everywhere I looked, I could not find that. So that was kind of a frustrating thing to live with a person, you get to really know them through your research, and you just would like to know what do they sound like and what do they look like when they're walking.
He had 7 children. One of them died when he was a child.
Yeah, really sad. And so that child died, and he had 6 other children. And he, had to support their money. And that's why one of the things that came on the book is that he was really an incorruptible public servant. He was never motivated by making money. He was more interested in serving the country, and he wasn't susceptible to any bribery, corruption, but the main thing critical in terms of making ends meet throughout his whole life.
Yo, dog. Can you guys see Bob Ross? Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate it, especially Anatoly, that you just said it's dope, because it is. Art is amazing. Well, we all have Sproto Gremlin to thank for the secondary number. So shout out to Sproto Gremlin. It doesn't.
One person they murdered was a relative of somebody who they had cooperated with the Secret Service. And to make it known not even just the public, but to other people who were part of their group, they left his body in a barrel in the middle of the street. And that got the attention, almost across the country, because there were lots of murders, but not leaving bodies right, in the middle of the street in a barrel. So Flynn knew that the Morello Lupo gang was involved, and when they were arrested, nobody was, telling them. So there was not enough evidence to hold them. That's where Steady Hammering came in. He said, I'm going to keep at this for a long time. And joining him was this really brave NYPD detective named Joseph Teixeira. he was missing, and they killed him. They assassinated him. They were socialists there. So he's the only detective NYPD officer to die in the line of duty. Now, this really gets Flynn upset because he likes San Francisco, and so the Morello doppelgang, a few months after that, started counterfeiting again. They were producing these counterfeit $2 and $5 bills. So Flynn said, let's make the arrest. Maybe somebody will finally give us evidence against them. And so one of the people of the group, one of the members that they arrested, his name was Anthony Tomito. And he was known, though, as Tomito the Chief, which wasn't really good news for him because he was going to cooperate. He really wasn't leaving them over. He was forced into helping them. So Tomito the Chief said, yeah, I'll testify. But Flynn was worried that, he would face pressure when he was testifying, but he came through like a lion. And what's really interesting, George, is when Morello and Lupo were set, Morello for 25 years and Lupo for 30 years, Morello collapsed as he carried out the courtroom and fainted, and Lupo started crying like a baby. So these stories were printed the next day in the newspaper. A lot of people realize, the tough mafia, and isn't as tough as they think.
I mean, you think I can go on now?
Now let's talk about this film, Fireworks. So when World War I broke out, Germany in 1914, even though the U.S. was not involved in it, they used to set up espionage and eventually a sabotage center in New York. They wanted to know what was going on with shipments of munitions and other materials to Britain. And basically, the head of this whole operation was a man by the name of Dr. Heinrich Friedrich Alpert. He was a commercial attaché of the German embassy, but he was really leading this secret operation. Also, the military attaché, his name was Franz Van Papen, and he directed many of his subversive attacks, which included attacks on the ships carrying the supplies to the Allies. They instigated strikes at docks and munition plants. And President Woodrow Wilson wanted to really get evidence against them and find out what was going on. So he instructed the Secret Service to find this evidence of the German intrigue. So Flynn sets up an 11-man counter-espionage unit, and he puts his most trusted aide, Frank Firth, in charge of the unit. So they're following around various Germans and German diplomats, and one day they see Dr. Albert. They don't really know yet if the German attaché, they didn't recognize him at first, but he's carrying a briefcase. Burke follows him onto an elevated train which went uptown in New York. It was 1915, and he just wanted to see where is Albert on the go? Maybe I'll get some information, and I'd love to see that briefcase. So Albert is reading a book. The train stops at 60th Street in New York, which was his stop, and he realizes, oh my God, this is my stop. And he yells to the secretary, hold the door, don't close the door. And he runs out using his briefcase. So Burke takes it right away, and he tells the woman who's sitting next to Albert, no, that's my briefcase. And the woman yells out to Albert, you left your briefcase there. So Albert is trying to get back into the car, and he said, no, the other guy took it. So now he's looking for Burke. And he's looking around the empty, totally, and he can't find him on the platform. So down into the street, and then he sees Burke carrying the briefcase and walking away. Burke turns around and sees Albert running after him. So Burke starts running away. So we have this scene in the streets of New York of a Secret Service agent running with a German spy briefcase, and the Germans running after him. So Burke can quickly jump into a streetcar like a trolley car, and he tells the conductor, look, you see that crazy man running and screaming and yelling? He just created a scene on the elevated train. Keep going. He's going to put trouble in the streetcar. I'll run him off. And not at all. So they kept going, and Burke then calls him. Flynn drives up, meets them in Midtown. They look through the briefcase, and they realize, oh my God, this is really interesting because there was documents of all the German spy activities. They found that there was a $27 million budget under Dr. Albert's, under his
Dogs, you got my strategy down. You've got my strategy down. Only hiring Korean chicks. Anatoly, what'd you do with success? You guys, did you send Jared from Subway a direct message? Do you consider yourselves best friends now? He's been your best friend for some time, actually. That's a beautiful story. That might break him. You never know. Well, he might be fronting, and that $5,000 is going to break the bank. Both. You never know. Have you met Jared from Subway's girlfriend? Dude, do you think Jared from Subway is dating Wendy from Wendy's? That's a funny joke, though. Wendy from Wendy's would be really good. Julia and I are soulmates. No, I didn't. I'll have to take a look. When did you send it? Dude, that's way too long ago. Send it again. Even better. Those are some beautiful cans, my friend. Those are some blue ribbon boobies. Beautiful. I want to vampire that bitch. Good for you, my man. Are you a fan of Richard Scarry? That's that guy who does those children's books about which we were talking the other day. Well, I was wondering, do you masturbate inside the books and then fold them together and let them seal? Essentially, I asked you if you masturbated inside Richard's scary books and then closed them and allowed them to seal. Okay, well, let's consider it a seed planted. Have you ever tried the stranger? Yeah, so that's when you sit on your hand for a given amount of time until it falls asleep. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What do you call that? Very well. Are you ready to discuss that Putin interview? Okay, sounds good. So, do I get to mock you now that you're tired? Dude, I'm all about that. And a ton of cocaine and money. Do you like cocaine? Haven't we all? Dog, you were in Mexico last week. Do you know what that's known as? Do you know what it's known as? No, it's just known as doing key bumps. Key bumps. It's known as doing key bumps. No. So was this that girl from Portland? Yeah. Yes. Weird.
hey, I gotta hit the gym. You know what I mean? I took my shower, so, we can hang out later. And she's like, oh, I'll just wait for you here. And then I was like, no, it's okay. But they knew how to get rid of her, right? Because Brooklyn was like, is everything okay? Because I just like turned away. And they don't know anything. And I was like, fuck, even though I think like maybe we'll get along, so we'll lie. I just haven't like talked to her about it, but I didn't want to live in. And so I'm driving, I'm getting closer to my house, but then I was like, how do I get rid of her? I was like, hey, my neighbor's like a military vet, he's kind of psychotic, he's gonna freak out. He's like, it's best if you like walk down, somewhere else, right? And I was like, I'll pick you up after the gym, from there, she's and so I was like, so then I'm pulling up, and we're driving, and guess who's walking on the side?
That chick.
Yeah, Julia. And so I'm rolling, these are good over my car. He's like, what's going on? I was like, yeah, something with my house. And she's like, she was gonna say, she's like, no other girl would be that cool. You know what I mean about that? And I did the Brooklyn about it. And so yeah, as we're pulling into my neighborhood house, Julia walking, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm getting tucked down in front of me. So then, we got our thing up, and I know Julia would stop the craziness, right? But after I'm driving Julia, I'm driving Brooklyn home. Julia, like, hey, I'm at the private school, next to your house.
Weird.
And I'm like a famous private school. And she's like, I'll wait for you here, you can give us the gym. So I was like, okay.
Is it David's Bridal?
No, I forgot the name. It's like a really famous school. It's been around for a while. But, and so she's like, I told them I'm getting married soon and made an appointment for Monday. I was like, oh, nice. I was like, what? Very cool. And she's like, you still late? And I was like, all right. She's like, hey, I'm at the gas station. And that's why I met her earlier. I picked up her from the gas station. And that was earlier. We went to my place. Yeah. It's been a crazy day with you.
So who do you like more, Julia or Brooklyn?
Brooklyn, just because I can see myself like traveling with her. She's a lot more like sane, like what's her name is actually like but
Julia. Well, send Julia my way. Dog, I'm gonna have so many girls for you, you're gonna lose track. Sounds like a plan, Stan. But why would I want to swap with someone who has an inferior list than I do? I don't have any broken ones. All my girls are classy babes. I mean, maybe one of them has had hard times, but they've all been on the up and up. And honestly, most of them are married now. Hell yeah, get that hot wife action going. Sounds like a plan, Stan. That's exactly right. That's 100% right. She has that Tinder message framed by her bed. I think it was something like, give me your digits if you want to get jackhammered. It's the most straight and to the point way of saying that. Yes. That's right. If I wanted, or play golf or go do something else. Oh, absolutely. I see you, and it's like looking at a boy.
Right. Two in one night is like
Right. Two at once, twice in one night. Try that. Bitch, I don't need your fucking permission to be on my phone. And if you try to make a statement like that again, it will be the last that you make of this, our final date. Hell yeah, they love it. They'll be blowing you under the table within minutes. Right. I've played both sides of the field, man. I've been that nice guy, and I've been the bad boy. Let's just say the bad boy has more fun. Do you know that a woman can have 12 different kinds of orgasms? No, you don't know. Then tell me what they are, asshole. Have you ever given a woman an orgasm? Let me. Okay, what kind was it? That would be number one. Okay, tell me medically, how were you giving her an orgasm? Okay, so what part of her body caused the orgasm? Okay, so are you sure that a woman can orgasm through her clitoris? No, they're not. They all can. No, every woman, like, I'm going to say 99.999% of all women can orgasm through the clitoris. It's the most sensitive organ on their body. Wait. Just because a woman thinks that that's the only way that she comes doesn't mean that is really the only way that she comes. Agreed. Okay, so here they are. Anterior thorax, breast, clitoris. You've got the G spot. Do you know what the G spot stands? Yeah, that's a Graupenfein's spot. Then you've got the mental M. Women can have mental orgasms. You've got oral. You've got vaginal. You've got people don't know this, but actually urethral. You've got anal, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing. Did I say vaginal? And you've got vaginal. And you've got vaginal. So that's a lot better list. Ask anyone. Ask your mother. Ask your girlfriends. Ask your sister. Ask your daughter. My list is better than yours. I didn't need to. I figured this out on my own. Isn't that Canadian? Is it still on? Is it still on television? Feel free to turn it on.
Oh, I can do it. Can I do it like this?
Where you just share your screen. Yeah, I'm saying, feel free to turn it on. I'd love to watch it. Yes, I do. No, does anyone else hear it? I do not. Do you hear it, Queen? Queen, do you hear it? Okay, well, I can shut that off. Okay, you shouldn't hear it now. Just one moment. Watch. Is it better? All right. So, Mr. Anatoly, you see how much of a pain in the ass it is to stream all this shit? You watch. When you're trying to stream it and the app doesn't share the sound or it crashes, it's a pain in the ass.
like to joke that it's a racing film. That he is that would be illegal. Yeah, but Lynn likes the races. You know, he was involved with horse owners and everything, but I don't know. You know, it's probably one document, maybe a case they're working on, but it's just sticking out, and it's the story that's so impressive, you know, and on the cover, when they designed, they took the Library of Congress photo and put it on the cover of the book, you can see George how his foot is on this little black box, and so he had it above it, so it looks like he's walking white towards you. You know, it was a great, design decision by the publisher. Where was he born? He was in New York. He was born in Manhattan, and actually, when he was offered the job of chief of the Secret Service, this was his dream. He actually said to the Treasury Secretary, look, I'd love to have that job, but I don't want to leave New York. Can't you move your headquarters of the Secret Service to New York? And he said, you can't do that. That's what our job is to get to the president. So he compromised and he would travel to New York, out of town to New York to see or reduce salary, but he just loved New York. What president did he work under? Well, he worked under, when he was chief of the Eastern Division, he worked under President Roosevelt, he worked under President Taft, and President Wilson. That was his tenant, right? Teddy Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt. And he was friends with Teddy Roosevelt, and they liked him.
His daughter was unbelievable.
He's got some juice. Yeah, I mean, where would you get like a big guy like that?
Well, that's true. That's true.
Say the least. And actually, you know, what's interesting about that photo, George? Only one I found that you see him smiling. All the other photos from the Library of Congress and other photos I come across, you know, he has these very lookable face. This is the only one he's smiling at, which is kind of interesting.
Did he ever meet his temper, or what kind of temper?
I think there's nothing in terms of being his emperor. He was a very even keel. He was deliberate. He was stern when he had to be. But there was no cases where he exploded, yelled, or anything along those lines. Well, yes and no. His family, in terms of his wife, had a drinking problem, and that caused him a lot of, heartache. But he was the oldest of his wife, the oldest of his children, without him, and but it was a difficult family. I don't know. I tried to find out what it was, and all I could see was that it was an insect.
Could have been an allergic reaction or something.
That's what I think, because that would be my logical explanation.
I mean, in those days, there was a lot of
So the Nazi jail was this jail in New York that held federal prisoners, in different county prisoners, federal prisoners who were awaiting trial or sentencing, but that included counterfeiting. So as Jim tried to go to the Secret Service, they said to him, well, you got to get some experience, learn about counterfeiting, try to figure out what makes them tick. So the Nazi jail was a good place to get a job. So he got a job there, people were like a warden, stated a number of outfitters there, and that got him on the road to go to his first job at the Secret Service.
I can't understand how sophisticated the counterfeiting system is. Without computers or anything like that.
It's funny one, so that one of the first cases was working with a case called assault. And it turned out it was an individual who uses a made counterfeit bills, and he goes to store stuff and ask the owner to get stuff, and then make sure that the owner supports the penalty. So when the counterfeiter gave him the money, he went to feel the grief, and he would be able to get away with that. Yeah, and then the Morello Legal Gang, the mafia, they had, been successful with a big operation going, and they got away with it for a while, and then eventually they were caught.
everybody wants to step it up. We usually draw a little bit for work. And the first one, my family friends, John Hogan, just for right. He gets fired. He gets fired. And the fired. Typically in practice, they'll plan a dresser or treat like daily day to you. In fact, for the breakfast Christmas house, I don't know. And the mother is like, oh, about it, about a nice piece of steak, and bread. I made a joke. I was like, what did I say? I made a joke somewhere. I was like, yeah, it's probably something too. And he goes to say, you know, you're a girl. Like, like you know, and when I'm a girl, I still said that to know, like, you caught the girl.
magazine. But as history went on, it kind of became overshadowed by J. Hoover, Mr. Palmer, William J. Burns. So I think historians have stopped writing about him, and so it's looking at the fact that this was he defeated during his run? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, they went on raids. They ran on raids with either mafia or the terrorists, maybe it was the NYPD. So yeah, he had to. What kind of department did he have? Huge staff? No, there wasn't enough big in those days, but it was enough in terms of where they were able to design their strategy, with the Bureau investigation. But the Secret Service unit, when they were trailing the Germans, that was only 11-man unit, achieved one of the greatest successes in U.S. counter-espionage history. Do you take emails through your website, Jeffrey? Yes, I do. Take it out to J.D. D like David, J.D. Simon at futureterrorism, the one word, .com. J.D. Simon at futureterrorism.com. All right, we're going to come back and take Thomas Flunkel with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. I'm Mark Warner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Drivers in California have 1 year to get used to a new law that bans parking within 20 feet of a crosswalk. The idea is to leave room for pedestrians to see cars that are only crossing the street. Drivers will get a warning if they violate the rules, but state officials say citations will start January 1st. Dr. Kristen Bale is building homes in Palmdale for siblings in foster care. He's been working on the project 16 years. It'll have 12 homes and a community center. Bale says he got the idea when he heard about how many siblings in foster care in LA
What up, pimp?
separated. Homes should be ready and stable. A man in his 70s has been fatally hit by a car in Lancaster. The other County Sheriff's Department says the victim was last night, and the man was standing while walking in the middle of the street. The driver hadn't been found. Self-made weather from KFI.
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Mid-40s, low 30s in the Antelope Valley. Small chance of rain and showers in the beaches. Sunny tomorrow afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s most places. 40s in the Antelope Valley. And a high in the low 60s for the weekend. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Warner. In Norwalk, along the Fargo Center at the turn of the road, there's a tank blocking the carriage divider. The city of Philly on the 101 southbound just before Mahoney Avenue. That's over on the west side of the out of lanes as well. In July, on the 50th, just 71 through the Fargo in the middle of the KFI in the sky, help get to their faster. Followforfollow.
Sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store. This Valentine's Day, enjoy your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Make your life sizzle with heartwarming essentials. From roses to chocolate to delicious lobster cake. Share the love with help from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you. One of the most famous restaurants in the world is a Table in the Corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests. Ruby Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her really special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
I did it one night. Pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends, Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever say it was the best. I don't know, just so fun.
Yeah.
Good morning. I was going to a race to discover.
Tuesdays, Cable 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
When my husband and I first started growing up, you know, when you like do a highlight reel and it's not who you are, but you're pretending to be interested in what they're interested in. That's what you do when you're in your mid-20s to impress a guy that I should have never done. And then you're stuck sitting through 3 movies of Lord of the Rings and pretending that you're interested. Screw that.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. She said, hey, you work at KFI? I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, well, that's cool. What's his name? She was, it's my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you, and I wanted to talk, and I got pissed. Whoa, I broke him up. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Now that you're saying, don't want any more of this. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time call line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east to the west, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. For the city of Anchorage, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Floyd.
Our business relationship Scott Mitchell just talks about his belief that aliens are actually fallen angels who are posing as aliens. Remarkable story. So we're going to come back with Dr. Jeffrey Simon and take Thomas Pulse as we talk about the life of William J. Flynn. His book is called Can you sign up yet for the Colorful Society? Great deal.
Hi, this is Angelina Rodon Business, and I like the Coast First Insider because I can tune in at any time of day.
Hi, I'm Julio from Weather and Internet. Worldwide Chef with all the interesting information.
Hi, this is Ariel from San Diego, California, and I love being a Coast Insider because I can listen to any show anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden or in the kitchen, sitting a walk on the beach. And there's no more food besides studying. It's amazing. Give it a try.
Give it a try. A couple ways to sign up. You go to our website, coastofam.com. At the top, it says Insider. Click that. Fill out the info. You're in. The other way is to download the app. The Coast to Coast free app from the App Store. Put it on your phone, and you can sign up that way. You get 2 weeks free signing up to the app. So take advantage of that. And if you're in Canada now, you can become a Coast Insider as well. So take advantage of that. Now here's something for you. If you're looking to lose
Learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to weight magic bras and capsules. Here's product creator Dan to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to get insulin levels when we eat. It's going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscle, it's going to do more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body produces that you get paid. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about weight magic bras.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Weight magic bras. The concept of this is control insulin, it's called insulin synthesis. Also, it has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drugs to follow the diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, weight magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against. What is that?
Their full body temperature is less than the people after I go away. That is your metabolism. So just in summary, we stated that the weight magic drop will control the insulin, also tends the liver, and then the weight magic capsules to increase that metabolism. Not on top of somebody who's about to pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo.
And capsules now. And you get those now. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7400. Free shipping with promo code JOY. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7400. Gorgeous weight magic from healthylooking.com. You've heard me talk about the Verna pistol, a less lethal pistol you can rely on if you're ever in a situation where you need protection. That's ViralRabbi. The Verna pistol fires powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic energy. Listen to this story from Mark. Special forces that Marvin fired his Verna from 40 feet away is free on one of people trying to enter his home. And all three went down for 30 minutes, enough time for police to arrive. He said using a verbal was no problem for him. Marvin simplifies it by saying you buy a car, you have car insurance. If you got a life, you need life insurance. And Verna isn't. Government agencies and police departments across the country rely on Verna as their go-to less lethal option. Check out their 14,000 4.5-star review. Verna is proudly American and manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They can ship directly to your home. Visit Verna.com/store now for an exclusive 10% discount. ViralRabbi.com/store.
Real people, real food. I was only sick for 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivoros. I was like, I must try it. I tried it. 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to speak again? I was really happy about that. It's like I can't tell everyone I'm free. That's 866-836-8735. So visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Welcome back to the George Maury with our special guest, Dr. Jeffrey Sutton. We'll take your calls this hour. This book is called The Bulldog Detective. I love that name.
So I kind of picked up a title for the book. It always was and after I sort of different things that they thought this really could work, the Bulldog.
So to the phones, let's go to Joe in Long Island.
Yeah, hi, Jeffrey. I have two kind of longer questions. First about Biden. I was listening to a quick story of Paul Sandring, but the sexual character was impersonating a movie star. She's half Chinese sex star, but it's just modern day. And there's a little bit of a spy element, and she has
college, but she still can't understand it that well. So she uses the Google Translator to spy on a conversation, and it doesn't translate it correctly, and that tips off into the flag. So, and then there was another case in the 50s, I believe, a big FBI case, and it was broke with, it was either a dime or a nickel. The colors were in the paper for a dime or a nickel. So my question would be about spy ranks, about the difficulty now and then with translating language barriers, like if everybody's German, and then how do you deal with that? They can easily hide information just with coding and language. The second one would be about Flynn himself. A very bleak novel, The Nurse's Secret, a very good novel, and I just started The Alienist. It's a very bleak landscape of the corruption in New York at the time. And if you look at, the bulldog mentality, tenacity, I would think of someone like Flynn would just get burnt out or instead of give up in that kind of a landscape. And, I'm wondering what his outlets were. You mentioned, like the horses and how to balance that. And also, they did not seem to use woman to tell woman at the time, which was disadvantageous. Like if a guy is telling a woman, that is rather obvious, where it would be much better to use a woman to tell a woman.
Oh yeah, well, the Flynn, he only kind of had sort of like invented some of his techniques. There was the counter-terrorist unit. They, would be following the Germans around, but they would not be discovered. They were just very good at kind of stealth, and that the Germans did not suspect that the Secret Service Flynn was, onto them. And in terms of, corruption, Flynn basically for his time at the NYPD, he left, but he got frustrated with, he wanted to reform the Detective Bureau, but he got opposition from his superiors. So for him, he kind of said, that's enough. And so he could leave things when he felt that, his time would be up and he wouldn't be of any service. But in those days, in terms of the translators, things like that, the Germans, they were diplomats, a number of them, so they were able to use that as cover. When he broke the mafia's back with the Morello loophole, got them in jail, how long did it take for the mafia to leave itself? Not that long, George, because there were family members, brothers of Morello, and by 1915, 1916, they were active again. But the mafia has a strong history. So Flynn kind of did his part in getting the Godfather, Morello, and Lupo, and sort of demonstrating that handling them to justice, because a number of Italians in Little Italy who were a lot of the victims of the Morello Lupo gang, they preyed upon wealthy Italian merchants. They didn't believe that the government could do anything to break the string, so that was a major victory, and it kind of boosted the morale of the law enforcement in those days.
Let's go to Kurt in Utah. Truck driver. Welcome to the program. Hi, Kurt. Good morning. How are you? Wonderful. Man, how are you doing this morning? All good. Thank you for taking my call. I did want to just elaborate on the 18th Amendment. The 18th Amendment was actually written because Democratic women wanted to keep their husbands out of the and being around prostitution and stuff. And then, obviously the byproduct of the 18th Amendment was, not the birth of the mafia, but also the black market. And then in 1934 or 5, I may have my dates mixed up, the Volstead Act came into being, and it lowered the alcohol content, put it down to like 2%. So even the churches were unable to use it for their confessionals and so forth. But it actually took Republican women to initiate the 21st
I didn't realize that it was on such a political level how the 18th Amendment came in, or the 21st. I just wanted to find out what your guest thought about that, if my historical facts are accurate or are they not accurate. They sound pretty good. What do you think? Yeah, they sound good to me. I don't know, for sure in terms of what the impact of, the Democratic women and the Republican women were, but it definitely makes sense in terms of the effects of the alcohol, and you had teetotal movements along those lines. So in terms of that history of prohibition, it's still mind-boggling to think back that it actually was implemented, and all the turmoil involved and all the death, all activities and the profits for the mafia, that you would look back and say it had to be one of the most ridiculous decisions in U.S. history. What rocket scientist came up with that idea? Yeah, it probably was somebody at one point that floated the idea, and then they just kept working on it. But that would be something to investigate, exactly what was the first time that idea was floated, and how come it wasn't repealed until it had to take that many years to repeal. It opened up the door to a black market. Totally. I mean, where would the mafia and alcohol be if you didn't have prohibition? Yeah, absolutely. That's what God is doing. Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kurt. Good day. Next up, one on third line, Roger in Texas. Welcome to the program. Hey, Rod. Go ahead. Yes, thank you, George. Thank you for working on it. I appreciate it, and your guest. I'd like to ask you, what do you think is the pattern between Clinton and John Gotti? In the New York Times, I'll get the answer off here. Thank you so much. That's interesting. Gotti was flamboyant. He was very showy, and he was really loved by the underlings then, wasn't he? Yes, totally. And Clinton, on the opposite side of the law, just his name in the paper all the time, and looked like his people worked with him, but he wasn't really flamboyant in the sense of like William J. Burns, who was his real competitor in terms of being a famous detective, and got involved in a lot of scandals in his career, was motivated by money and the publicity. And Flynn, while he got the publicity, wasn't corrupted or anything along those lines. So you kind of have the opposites on the law, that looking at Gotti and Flynn. So that is an interesting comparison. We've got Denise now in New Jersey with Tacoma. Welcome to the program. Hello, Denise. Oh, yes. So in the 1930s, my grandmother, who was in New York and lived on 44th Street, got word that her mother was in a house that had been on fire. And she fled from 44th Street to 38th Street. The building was demolished, and it was an anarchist was making a bomb in the building, and the building blew up. And so I kind of found it interesting to hear about these, anarchy type things with your guests, and whatever. It's always been in my brain that my great grandmother, I never knew her, but my grandmother always spoke about her constantly, always spoke about her mother, and it was kind of weird. That's really interesting. Totally. What were these box bombs made from? They were cylinders, they had different chemicals, and they would use a device that when you opened it, it would then explode. So it was the various explosives that they were able to kind of put in there, but it wasn't like big pipe bombs, which they worked on later on. Those were the ones that set off the June 2nd bombing, where in 7 cities, 7 bombs went off into 9 cities. We think Ted Kaczynski was something, right? My God, Ted Kaczynski, think about him, plays like lone wolves. Like lone wolves today, a lot of them have been inspired by the internet, radicalized, even though they're not part of any group. But Ted Kaczynski, before the internet, he was just out under the radar totally, and he devised and built his very David, go ahead. That's a good thing my call, George. Your guest is most interesting in the subject. Thank you for the question. I have two questions. One of them is airplane related to this twin of your book? And then the other question is, did Mr. Twin ever take front Joe Kennedy, the founder of the president? Great question. No, he's not related to Ellis Flynn, and I didn't find anything in terms of interactions with Joe Kennedy. Not to say that it wasn't there, but I didn't uncover that. But I wish he was related to Ellis Flynn, because that would have been another great side story in the book. Did he have a little side company afterwards? Yeah, and it didn't work out. He formed a detective agency, and that was the kind of fashion at the time when a lot of the people worked in the government after they retired, they formed their own detective agency. Now, the Burns detective agency was very successful, but Flynn just wasn't this entrepreneur, and he took his detective agency to two of his children, who were basically also alcoholics, and they antagonized a lot of customers. And it basically went into the ground, and that also contributed to Flynn kind of sadness at the end of his life. Robbie in Colorado, take it away, Robbie. Let's scoot you in. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, Robbie. Yes. The reason for prohibition is because people, or farmers and whoever were starting to run their cars on alcohol and their diesels on hemp seed oil. And Henry Ford was trying to make car bodies with politics involved. Well, after this happened, America was fed up with it, and they wanted to go back to it, and they repealed the 18th Amendment. That's right. And got rid of that indeed. Jeffrey, tell folks about the website and where they can get your book, The Book on Detective. The website is futureterrorism.com. And the book can be bought online at Amazon and Barnes & Noble, and in Barnes & Noble bookstores, and hopefully in bookstores around the country. Are we immune from another 9/11 situation? Not exactly. The intelligence and the protection that we have built up really makes it less possible that you have the reputation of the 9/11 scale. But we're definitely susceptible to all kinds of possible threats and terrorist activity in this country that goes across the whole political and religious spectrum, from organized groups and cells to the lone wolf. So we can't expect to totally stay from terrorism, but you have to live your life. And so you cannot let the threat of terrorism, change the way we live. How dangerous are the lone wolves? Very dangerous, because unlike groups and cells, there's really no communication for authorities to intercept. When group members, they talk to each other and something may come up. And basically, in terms to lone wolf having no limit on their destruction. If you're not part of the group, then they don't have to worry about government crackdowns or things along those lines. And then you also have a number of lone wolves who are suffering from various mental illness, which makes them also very dangerous. All right, Jeffrey, thank you for being on the program. Appreciate it. And again, let's 6 years go by this time. Up next, Scott Mitchell joins us, biblical expert, as we talk about fallen angels and David.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
You want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process? Well, look to Sellers Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers, and they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer and they'll close in days, not weeks or months, because they're not going to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with the most five-star reviews on Google and Yelp. So whether like thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Sellers Advantage for their home selling needs. Sellers Advantage is the fastest and
Seller's advantage. The no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, don't happy. DRE number 01961650. And if your doctor says there's no time to panic, you and your family should be ready to evacuate your home in 5 minutes. Sign up for alert. Make a plan for how you will evacuate and notify family or caregivers. Put together an emergency supply kit and any prescriptions or medical equipment you need. Have a plan for pets, service animals, and livestock. Your California firefighters are on your side. For more tips for everyone in your family, visit firefightersonyourside.org or call 833-4CA. Hello, this is Susie Esmond and Jeff Ryan, and we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast, and we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Cheryl Klein, Richard Lewis, Bob Oldenburg, and so many more, and we're going to have clips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Portion to the following program is pre-recorded.
We follow the news. You follow us. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
5 Marines gone. I'm Mark Bonner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden says he and the First Lady are heartbroken at the loss of 5 Marines whose helicopter crashed near San Diego while returning from a routine training mission.
Calling them, quote, five of our nation's finest warriors. The president said he's deeply grateful to all the agencies and departments that supported the search and recovery efforts.
ABC's Karen Travers said Biden's mourning a profound loss. Biden said the U.S. is honoring the Marines' selfless service and ultimate sacrifice. The helicopter wreckage was found yesterday, and the deaths were confirmed this morning. The Lakers have unveiled a new statue of Kobe Bryant.
The bronze statue was intentionally unveiled on 2/8/24, representing jersey number for both Bryant and his daughter Gianna. Bryant's wife Vanessa says the statue is not just for her husband, but for the fans who have always supported him. It's a new special city Kobe is so proud to represent. We welcomed him with open arms and have been so important to him, our family, and his legacy. She says there will be 3 statues outside the arena, one with Bryant in each of his jerseys and one with their daughter Gigi. Fans will be able to visit the statue starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Crypto.com Arena. Chris Adler, KFI News.
An independent study has found the odors at the Chiquita Canyon landfill are causing a bunch of short-term health effects for the people living nearby. The LA County Public Health Department released the findings yesterday after some residents filed a lawsuit against the landfill. The study found the smell can cause headaches, nasal congestion, high nose and throat irritation, wheezing, drowsiness, and depression. Researchers say the symptoms are not permanent, but can exacerbate existing health problems.
I did not break the law.
Period. President Biden says he's apologized to DOJ Special Counsel Robert Hur's claim his memory is so bad he couldn't remember his son Bo's death.
I'm going to share this very sad.
The DOJ released a report about him having classified documents. The report says no charges will be filed. Biden asserted his memory is fine.
I know my name, and I know what I was doing. President, I took this country back to the truth.
Evidence suggests many documents were retained by mistake. Biden voluntarily returned the documents and cooperated with the investigation. Self-planned weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight with lows in the low to mid-40s, low 30s in the Antelope Valley, small chance of rain in the valleys and the beaches. We'll have sun by tomorrow afternoon and highs are in the mid-50s most places, 40s in the Antelope Valley, then sun and low 60s for the weekend. 50 right now in Irvine, 48 in Brea, 48 in Burbank, 41 in Palmdale. We think local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Bonner.
The most famous restaurant in the world, there's a table in the corner. That's the highest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends, and Jimmy Fallon.
You were the most boring people that ever say that you grab these. I don't know, this is so fun. I was so great. Pepper. Yeah, we're sitting in the bowl.
Ruth Bay USC. So follow her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeart gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of My Source Water System, and as we celebrate 40 years, we want to say thank you to our amazing and loyal customers. My dad founded My Source, and his vision was to provide families with great tasting water from every faucet in their home. So transform your life. Call us at 1-800-WATER99 or visit likeforlike.com. Hello, this is Susie S. And we are the hosts of the History of Children Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down. And we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Cheryl Klein, Richard Lewis, Bob Oceanchurch, and so many more. And we're going to have fun. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Children Enthusiasm on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. Are you still tired? Well, are you actually just listening to me? No, why? To help my business, you can to help it. How a homeless woman and her emotional support dog survive on the streets of LA. It's a 7-page article. She's holding a Starbucks Frappuccino. The drink that costs $5.67.
Gary and Sheridan. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You know what I can't stand? Agency on agency fighting when you've got dead children. Pointing fingers which agencies will go through what we did right. It's all a big point. It's all baloney. It's all BS. They screwed up. Everyone there screwed up.
Gary and Sheridan.
You guys had kids on your hands.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Live from the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Lori.
And in a moment, Scott Mitchell back with us as we are going to be talking about fallen angels and aliens and the connection to the Bible. It's an amazing story, and he's got it for us when we come back. Coast to Coast AM. Hey, you've heard me talk about the Burn Episcopal launcher. I own one of these myself. I've purchased some for others. And with today's dangerous world, Burna, that's BYRNA, is a non-lethal alternative that can help. It's legal in all 50 states, no permits or background checks required. It's designed for easy use by anyone with powerful deterrents like tear gas and chemical grounds, where they can incapacitate backers for up to 40 minutes. Here's a personal story from a special forces veteran named Marvin. Marvin fired his Burna from 40 feet away as 3 unwanted people entered his home. All 3 went down for 30 minutes, giving police enough time to arrive and do what they had to do. He said using the Burna was no problem for him, as Marvin sympathizes by saying you buy a car, you have car insurance, and a life, you need life insurance, and Burna is it. Burna is proudly American with manufacturing facilities located in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Burna.com/George for 10% off your purchase. That's Burna.com/George.
so many of your opponents. I've only spent about $15 million, and I'm already beating both of the former presidents and all Americans under the age of 45. I'm beating them both on independent voters and in the ballot states. I'm in third place by only about 10 points. I just have to pull out 5% from each of them in order to win the election. Rose's going to point out that I didn't raise billions, but I don't need billions. All I need is $2 billion. I'm Robert Jr., and I'm running for president of the United States. I approve this message.
For more information, text Kennedy to 20241. Pay for the Team Kennedy. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Messaging daily may apply. And welcome back to Coast where with you a mind-opening Bible teacher, host of Bible Mysteries podcast. Mitchell has been a student of the Bible, Bible history, and biblical mysteries for 40-plus years. His career has spanned music, legal support, and technology. He has pastored a Bible church in Texas, founder of the Unlock the Bible Now ministry. After years of study, Scott found the key to unlocking the secrets in the Bible. Armed with a calling passage to be faithful stewards of the mysteries of God, Scott began the Bible Mysteries podcast on his ootd.com website to share the truth about what the world is trying to hide. Scott, welcome back. How've you been?
I've been for George, and how about yourself?
I was good. Boy, you can great.
Well, thank you. We're out there doing our best with the time we have left.
What was it that first got you interested in biblical studies?
Seeing some truth in high school, early high school, began to get me interested. And oddly enough, it was through my sister who was dating a boy that ended up being a close friend of mine. But that boy's father was a pastor and teacher, and I began attending a Bible class there. And it just so happens that in my adolescence, around 12 to 13, I began to have recurring nightmares of demonic type things. And I was not raised in a religious home, so I didn't know where this was coming from. But when I started to attend this Bible class, the subject matter was demonology. And I began to understand that, the more you understand something, the less you fear it. And so the dreams stopped, the nightmares stopped, and I began to study the scriptures as a result of that. I was about 15, maybe.
Now, tell us the context of the Bible and the fallen angels. What is the Bible?
Well, the Bible version is that the angelic realm has been around for many, many thousands of years prior to mankind, as far as I'm concerned. And these there was a kingdom, it's a kingdom of God still. But before there was a man, there were angels and different angelic beings, and at some point there was an insurrection by one particular cherub named Lucifer, who decided that he would rebel because he wanted more of his position. He appears to have been a king of some sort of the earth. And in this rebellion, a third of the angels joined him. They were defeated. There was some sort of an intergalactic war that took place. And the result of chaos and destruction was the planet we find in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, is without form and void, and there's darkness, and there's destruction. So we believe that was the wrath of God poured out upon that angelic realm that rebelled, and God, in his mind, said, I can do better with dirt than I can do with you created beings, so he made Adam and gave man dominion of the earth, and the angels have been angry ever since and have been defiling it, and they've been trying to take it back. So the war continues on, and we're just the latest group of individuals that God is trying to demonstrate, as far as I'm concerned, his great love and mercy in giving mankind this opportunity for redemption, which he did not give the angels that rebelled. They have a judgment to come to certain men, but we have a choice. And we can choose to believe on the salvation that God provided and live in it eternally, or we can choose to join the rebel faction of angels if we want.
Scott, what is the common great deception?
Well, we believe that in They're known as principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places in the Bible in Ephesians chapter 6. Now, what is your question? You think that they're interdimensional? I'm beginning to wonder about that. You know, I have no reason to argue that there could be interdimensional aspects to these things, but I'm not so sure. You know, you think of things like the Marvel multiverse and stuff like that. It may not be true. It's just fiction. But is it possible that in reality they're in our own realm? We just can't see them. They're in the same walls of physics that we occupy, but in the same way that like the ocean is teeming with life below the surface, we just see water. You know, perhaps it's something like that. And I reference that based upon a passage of scripture in 2 Kings where a prophet named Elisha, or Elisha, however you like to say it, was trying to be killed by the army of the Syrian king, and they surround Elisha and his servant. And the servant's like, oh no, we're dead men, we're death far, they're going to kill us. And Elisha said, don't worry, there's more of us than there are of them. And the guy said, wait, no, just 2 of us. Well, this is 2 Kings chapter 6, but Elisha prayed and he said, Lord, open his eyes that he may see. And when the Lord opened the servant's eyes, he looked, and the mountains were filled with the chariots of God and with his host or army. So it's possible that they were always there, but we just don't have eyes to see them any longer. Perhaps there was a time when we could see these entities, such as Eve and the Garden of Eden, that was a serpent. You know. Well, why pose as aliens? What's their motivation? Well, it seems to me that there's coming some kind of war, whether it's going to be an attack from the skies as aliens, maybe entities posing as one faction or another, and another faction of angels comes to be our rescuers, or whether they're perhaps slowly giving us technology through some sort of a contractual arrangement, which we can discuss later, but they're going to allow us enough rope to hang ourselves, so to speak. We may be piloting some of these Delta-looking craft, and that's humans doing it, but ultimately we're going to have so much power that the war could be leading to ultimate destruction like a nuclear war. Or it may simply be a nuclear war, but they intervene to stop us from destroying ourselves. And we'll look upon them as heroes, these saviors, these Asgardian Nordic type rescuers of some type, when in fact they may be hiding in more sinister form. What do they want, Scott? What's their motive? The motive seems to be, and some postulate that this is a contest in a sense, you know. After this rebellion, God said to Satan and his angels, because Lucifer became the dragon, and maybe always was the dragon, but he is the enemy, the adversary, Satan. And so he may have challenged the unfairness in his mind. You can't punish us, we're this, we're that. And so this is almost like a test as the story of Job is similar, you know. God said, the demon is righteous, and the devil said, do this to him and he'll hurt you to your face. So I just think all of this is like a legal challenge. And ultimately it's for the destruction. It's to prove that God is just in all that he's doing, and that the fallen angels are unjust. It's conceivable. Truly is. Yes. Yeah. And if there's truly this great deception underway, we could be into a big, big problem, right? Yeah, especially if the narrative continues the way it's going, because if these supposed rescuers or heroes come down and they say, we are in fact your ancestors, we seeded you, there's this panspermia idea that, you know, Earth was seeded with the DNA of these more intelligent beings, or our own species from the future, or something like that, whatever their theory is, that they'll come back and say, hey, you're now ready for your next step of evolution. We have this pill you can swallow, or injection you can take, or this technology we can incorporate into your human genome, and they'll manipulate the genealogy of
kind of hiding as aliens. There's not negates the fact that there could be real aliens from other planetary sources, right?
It certainly could be true. I'm of the opinion that they may not be. I don't rule it out until it's impossible. There could, in fact, be other beings in other worlds, but there's so much emphasis on the Earth, and we could say, well, we don't know about any of the battles going on in other star systems and other galaxies. But if that was the case, why fight over this one rock? If there's billions or millions of Earth-like planets, what's the fascination with this one? And I think it has a lot to do with this. This is the only one. This is the one that God created for a purpose, and this is where His throne is, and this is where Lucifer wants to reign because he wants to be like God.
Some believe that governments are in cahoots with the aliens or the fallen ones secretly. What's your thoughts?
I think that's true. In fact, that would explain to me the obfuscation of all the disclosure that's trying to be held to congressional hearings to get somebody in the government or the Pentagon or somewhere to admit what we have. You've heard of the testimonies of men like David Rush and others who say, and notice the term they use, non-human biologics is what they claim they have, instead of coming out and saying they're aliens. And I believe they're aware of the fact that these are demonic beings and fallen angels because there was that story that many people say is corroborated about Eisenhower in 1953, and some sort of a contract was made between this government and the Greys or whoever the entities were pretending to be. And I suspect there might be similar contracts with other nations, but in our nation, allegedly, they said in exchange for advanced technology, you allow us to abduct people for genetic experimentation, which to me is what the alien abduction program is all about, to manipulate human DNA for the purposes of whatever their goals are.
They seem to bring the abducted person back. What should they have?
In almost many cases, I don't know a single abduction experience where the person was abducted and then killed, although there could be some. But most accounts are viewed by the average person as they're taken in a spaceship somewhere, they experiment them in some form of an operating room, and then they bring them back. But we've interviewed abductees, we've talked to people and the authors and specialists on our show, Bible Mysteries, and I'm of the conclusion that they're trying to breed a hybrid human quote-unquote aliens, although it's more like Nephilim from Genesis 6. They're actually angelic beings or something, fallen angels that are doing this. And the aim is to either reduce the population of the earth to 500 million, like Georgia Guidestones encourages, or to create this army to fight against the Lord when he comes back.
Take a few moments here, Scott, and tell us about the podcast, the Bible Mysteries podcast.
Yeah, we started the podcast in 2020, and it was to get this information out. We felt like churches aren't addressing this. They kind of bury their heads in the sand when it comes to things in the Bible, like the giants of Genesis 6 and many visions or appearances of angels, which we believe are what some think are UFOs, but that's really what they are. They're these angelic beings that have advanced technology. And there's many, many other things to that. So we started the podcast with the idea that we wanted to reach people that maybe had never picked up a Bible in their life, but they would hear a topic like this and sort of be like shocked out of their senses. That's in the Bible? And the hope was they would have an interest in digging a little deeper to see what other things there might be, and maybe realize that some of the answers maybe they were looking for. But there's many people that have this question. They're seeing these things going on in the world today, and they're wondering what's happening. I think people sense something's not right, that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance out there, and we don't want people to fall for the deception that's going to come as, oh, these are our alien space brothers. They're here to help us. It's like, what are the 6 scariest words? We're from the government and we're here to help. Or something like that. They just leave it. Yeah.
the possibility of extraterrestrial fallen angels, are they after our soul? Is that the goal?
You know, I'm not so sure that applies they can attain because of so if you think about a human being as being composed of three parts, much like God himself is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we are body, soul, and spirit. So in that sense, we are created in the image of God. My view of that is the physical body is the house of the soul, and the soul houses the spirit. So when a person dies, let's say, it is their spirit and soul that continue on. I don't know that these fallen entities can do anything with that. God is in control of that. So it's not like they might be able to feel the fire and do experiments to it and even impregnate women that have been abducted. But they can't take a soul. You know, there's this Faustian idea that the devil is in hell trying to steal your soul. Well, he's not in hell. That's the realm he's going to be condemned to at some point in the lake of fire. So he's not actually in hell waiting or anything with a pitchfork. He's actively involved in manipulating nations against nations and these angelic battles that have been involved. So the soul to me is not what he's after. He's trying to get humanity to worship him and rebel against the God of creation. That seems to be his MO.
So you have no doubt there is evil out there and there are demons.
Absolutely. And the demons, you know, when you think about it, you pick up a Bible and you start reading and suddenly you run into an encounter with an evil spirit, like Jesus casting out devils in the New Testament. And I read that many times, even though I wasn't raised religiously. At some point I started to get interested in the Bible and study it. And I would read the passage and never think to ask, well, where did these unclean spirits come from? Why are they here? Why would they just exist? Because I didn't make them that way. Why would he create evil spirits? So you begin to dig deeper and you start to find out that, well, they had to come from somewhere. And we believe that there's existing embodied spirits of the hybrid Nephilim or giants of Genesis 6, where the sons of God took the daughters of men. And we calculate that because they're not fully human, they don't have souls. They have a spirit, which is the unclean spirit, but when they died in the flood of Noah, they were doomed, and according to the book of Enoch, which is not in the Bible, but it's considered historical, they are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim doomed to roam the earth, which is why they seek to possess human bodies and do other sorts of mischief.
What does the Catholic Church say?
I'm not sure of the Catholic Church's official position about demons. They obviously recognize they're real, and it's the whole reason for the methodology of exorcism is right that.
It's the 120 exorcist proof stuff.
Exactly. So they clearly acknowledge and admit that they exist. Whether or not they know that, or they believe that it came from the disembodied spirits of Nephilim, that I'm unclear on.
Well, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and chat more. We'll take calls with you next hour. When we come back, I'm going to ask you about the Vietnam War and what happened there. Because it was a very strange twist. We'll be back.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
High-grade tenants in the KSI 24-hour newsroom. A landslide now threatening homes and renters. Fire and the Disney Things got away with dark colored sedan. And how about $11,000 for a 24-hour gig? All you have to do is listen to 24 hours of breakup songs. You can sign up at TRUMAN.com. Stop by Leonard from KL5, Harvey Party size, highs in the mid-50s, right now 49 in Anaheim, 52 for Newport Beach, 47 in Burbank, and 50 in Marina Del Rey. We lead local from the KL5. 24-hour news room. I'm Ray Kennedy.
Insane Venus on the 210 eastbound at Foothill Boulevard. There's on fire blocking the right shoulder. Coming off the front of 57. The Highland Park on the 110 northbound, just after DMR stalled. They just put that stuff blocking the right lane. I think this one's actually slowing there. And in Studio City on the 101 southbound, before the 134, there's a crash recovery over to the right-hand shoulder. They'll find the side. I'll get you there faster. How about the forward?
Hello, this is Susie Esmond and Jeff Robinson, and we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David and Cheryl Hines, Richard Lewis, Bob Olsenkirk, and so many more, and we're going to have clips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart Network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even get rid of it, now what do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair. Buyers are going to walk through, house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, they don't really want that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business. Janet and Matt, brother and sister, I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance for free. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll have decided to win Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com. The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back. Paying fine. AM 640. More stimulating talk. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Lori. Our special guest tonight, Scott Metro, and we will take calls with Scott next hour here on Coast to Coast, so get ready for that. ThirdNormalDay.com keeps cruising along. We're at 938 people to go. We have currently 186,000 signed up members. We went over 185,000 late last night. That's a lot of members, and just a few days, and Valentine's Day is here. So if you're looking for that special someone, friendship, or date, whatever you're looking for, go to ThirdNormalDay.com now. If you're looking for
Somebody at Bitcoin Tour said 60 plus. You've got you covered here. You go to paranormalbase.com/seniors, and you'll find those that are 60 plus and think like using it. At paranormalbase.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm hearing someone with a strange.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But you seem to find anyone who fits.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. My other guy.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very good luck with that.
Good to find a website for my unique business. What is one of you? Have you thought about paranormalbase.com? What? Of course, you. I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormalbase.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Help you what? Remember? I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on paranormalbase.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as me and you.
Alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this paranormalbase.com thing really works. Maybe paranormalbase.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match there. So if you're looking for that special home with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. Paranormalbase.com. You are not alone. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're buying this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. If you become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com. Look, I'm not a doctor nor a health professional, just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy. We're not. In the U.S., the model of prescribing more and more prescription drugs that have more and more side effects that lead to even more prescription drugs is making us a sicker nation. All we desire is just the opposite, to be healthier, not sicker. It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important roles blocking nutrition and disease prevention play in making us a healthier society. I recommend that you visit the website criticalhealthnews.com. There's a wealth of information and lots of nutrition practices that have already changed many lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health audios, videos, and articles at criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO. That's 1-855-949-7234. And welcome back to Coast, George Story along with Scott Mitchell. Scott, tell us the story of Vietnam, where these very strange occurrences were happening. Yeah, George, we're going to be discussing this in some upcoming episodes at BibleMysteryPodcast.com if anybody wants to learn how to join or subscribe or listen. But it's available on any podcast app. But I ran across some information about apparently it was the son of a commanding officer who was over a group in Vietnam during the war and read nice
vision goggles technology had just been introduced, and they would be deployed by selected groups in Vietnam. And it's interesting, the commanding officer was the father of this person speaking about this, was saying that they were told and instructed not to wear the goggles, or the pilots of these helicopters in this group, only the soldiers. And so at the time, the technology was a red spectrum light in these night vision goggles, where today they use a green, I believe. But what would happen was, as a group of choppers were flying over friendly territory on a mission, the soldiers that were wearing these night vision goggles began to see things, and they were seeing demonic-like entities. So one gunner actually began firing into the air almost crazily, and he was coming close to hitting some of the other helicopters. So the commanding this particular CO was back here to just totally read him right, suspecting that maybe he was high on drugs or something. But he didn't show the symptoms. And so at one point, the CO put the goggles on himself, and he saw just what the guy has described as winged, like gargoyle-type creatures that were actually pointing in his direction, seeing him and moving towards him and attacking him, and that's why he was shooting. They subsequently stopped using these night vision goggles. I think it was about a 60-day time, but it's just interesting to think that they were told only the soldiers should wear these. It kind of indicates to me that two things. Number one, the government was aware of these entities and what they would do, and number two, maybe they're not from other dimensions. They're just in a spectrum that we can see, kind of pointing back to that story of Elisha in 2 Kings chapter 6. What do you think? My gut tells me that they are right here. That they're all around us in the same way that Elisha said, Lord, open his eyes that the servant may see. They're around us, but we lost the ability to see them perhaps as he conversed with the serpent in the garden. I think the sin condition entered into humanity. Perhaps it's a protective mechanism while we're in this condition, and while we were waiting for redemption from the Lord, as we see these entities and be able to interact with them, we might go crazy. We're just not in a position to be able to process that right now. In many instances, and throughout the scriptures, when angels appeared, even God's angels, to prophets or holy men of God, these men lost the ability to stand. They say that there's some form of paralysis that takes over them, and that's also true in more sinister applications where death species are reported as being unable to move, or they go unconscious or whatever, when they're being transported, and in my opinion, not other planets, but to deep underground military bases. Yeah, what are these craft, these objects that people report seeing on them? What are they, and how are they tied into this? Well, I believe the UFOs and the craft that people are selling are, in fact, fallen angel technology. And for that matter, they could be good angels too. We have this conception of angels from, Renaissance art and things like that, of these, beautiful blonde, human-like people with wings and whatever chemical clouds. Yeah, exactly. And maybe they don't look like that at all. Maybe there's something completely different, and they're actually, I guess you would say humanoid or human-like in many respects, but perhaps, and we're going to get into, if you want, the beings in the Bible called seraphim, which are very serpent-like creatures and could be the source of reptilians. But my take on this is they have technology. They use technology to open portals from their spiritual realm into ours, or to bring us up to them, or whatever the case may be. And they're operating under the exact same laws of physics as us. They're physical, they're corporeal, but they're just spiritual beings. They're a spiritual realm. I don't know if it's another dimension so much. It's just a realm, like I said, like the underwater realm, but we can't breathe or operate down there. Well, that's a good point. Let's talk about seraphim. What are they? Well, the seraphim is the Hebrew word seraph, and it's translated as a fiery, flying serpent. And in fact, there's a passage in Isaiah that refers to the root of Syrian being a fiery, flying serpent, and I believe that's a reference to the coming Antichrist. Since the angel, or rather, Lucifer was a fallen angel, and he was called a cherub, it's possible that cherub and seraphim, or seraph, are similar in makeup. Maybe they have the reptilian look to them. I mean, Lucifer was called the serpent in the dark. He's called the dragon in Revelation 12. He's called Leviathan. So, is it possible that in this war of rebellious angels, a number of high-ranking angels were seraphim that rebelled, and they became the dragon princes, or perhaps the seven-headed beast of Revelation is representative of the six other fallen dragon princes, and Lucifer was one of them. And maybe there he is. They are the reptilians. Those are the ones that have been manipulating humanity's DNA and interfering with the affairs of men. Perhaps they are